before maybe some more new buyers start to step in. Bitcoin's obviously the talk of the town. BTC is surging huge. I'm looking at shorts on BITI. I think Bitcoin can actually come back down inside this channel. This is the longer term channel that we've been chopping and trading in. It was overbought heading into that, and it just kind of had that one last gassed hoorah surge, in my opinion. So Bitcoin's looking very extended at this 41,580 level. So I am looking at shorts on that. You can see intraday it's potentially trying to come down and trigger this head and shoulders pattern. Downside would take you to about 40,500 if we were to trigger this neckline. I'm looking at Coinbase shorts, COIN. I am looking at coin for a short here. Basically, coin is one of the more extended charts. It's trading all the way up to 143 at a pre-market high of 147. The upside target was achieved at 140, so it's had a big overshoot. One of the levels I'm looking at on coin, if you draw this trend line connecting from this is a weekly chart, main pivot to another pivot high in 2021, you're into that vicinity right now on coin. IWM overnight, I still have that IWM short, which we are in the money nicely right now, and I still am expecting further downside. So 2 minutes left to open. Get ready for this market action because it's certainly going to be wild. I'm going to flip on the SPY and we'll just see how things shape up here. Okay. So Tesla's low of the session is all the way at 234 and change. Its high, pre-market high, is all the way up to 239.70. Apple's still also getting hit in the pre-market, but bouncing. Everything's bouncing off of its pre-market low. Pre-market high. All right, market's open here. The market is open. The Russell's getting slaughtered here. Dollar's still strong. Bitcoin's holding up. I'm looking at Nat Gas for a long trade. If we are to continue to fall, the indices are getting hit pretty hard here. Down 2% on NVDA. Down 2% on NVIDIA. Bitcoin's still looking a little bit weak at this moment. Still holding most of its gains. Coins coming in. If Coinbase loses its pre-market low, we will short. So I'm going to wait for the first little bounce in the market. Which coin is coming in pretty heavy here? Obviously, the strength is in the miners. Tesla's still weak, but bouncing. Microsoft's getting clobbered. Apple's getting clobbered. Huge volume coming in on Tesla. SPY is trying to bounce off of this pre-market low. The Russell having a huge boost to the high side. Coin is still coming down. SPY is trying to bounce here. Still seeing weakness in NVIDIA. I'm going to go long NVIDIA here for a quick little bounce here. I'm long at 456.60. 456.60. So I'm long NVIDIA at 456.60. Let's see if we can get a nice little push up. Coin is losing that pre-market low. It is a short, very, very shortly. All right, NVIDIA, we're acting well. And then once NVIDIA gets the bounce, since semis are still weak, we can short the semis after a nice little bounce. So we're in the money nicely. It's coming up. It's coming up. High, long NVDA. So we still have the Dixie up nicely. Yields are up. VIX is up. Dollar's pulling off of the highs though. DX is pulling off of the highs. All right, I'm exiting NVIDIA here. 458, 458 exit, 458 exit. I just exited at 458 for a nice little profit on NVDA. So let's monitor this Bitcoin price action. Let's see how the S&P is doing. S&P is still trying to bounce here. So nice little trade win in the books there for us. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, I am going to short coin you. So I waited for that initial bounce. 142 short coin. Starter position in coin. It's a 1/4 entry. The next entry I will add on coin is basically a dollar higher. A dollar higher. So 143, 144, so on and so forth. You're seeing Apple still weak, Microsoft still vulnerable, bouncing off the lows. Apple's coming back down to pre-market low, down 0.86%. NVIDIA is still trying to hold its balance, but it's still looking like there's a lot of sellers trying to come out of the woodwork here. Let's see how Bitcoin is doing. Bitcoin's trying. It might be very, very close to triggering this. All right, coin is coming down nicely. SPY is also seeing some more sellers taking hold now while the Russell's surging. Russell's positive. QQQ's down 1.08. The SPY's down 0.64. So again, another divergence from small caps to mega caps. Carvana's up nicely. So the squeezy stock small caps are still squeezing here. Still squeezing. New lows on NVIDIA. Bitcoin's still coming back down. You have the SPY trying to move up now. Mega caps are catching a big bid. Coinbase is pushing up. All right, I just added to my coin short. I just added to my coin short there. At a pierce to that 143. So it brings the average up to 142.52. Our big push on coin. This is mainly due to the indices catching a bid. SPY again trying to move up. The dollar's softening slightly here. Gold is still weak on the session. So notice where we stopped on Coinbase. Coinbase basically hit that trend line. Pre-market, it was above that area. So we'll watch it closely. Natural gas is an interesting play here. I'm actually looking at nat gas on the long side. Let's see what the S&P is doing. So it's trying to move up. Triggering a nasty head and shoulders pattern. So the Russell's still holding up right now. The IWM is holding up. Qs are bouncing a little bit more now. NVDA with a nice 5-minute tail candle. Apple's below pre-market low, so expect a continuation downside. If Apple loses that pre-market low, we can expect more downside. Bitcoin's trying to make another move up. Dollar softened quite substantially. But definitely a lot of the weaknesses in the Qs yet again. And the big question is, will we see the Russell? All the weakness in the Qs has really come from strength, and there's been strength in the Russell every time the Qs have been weak. So it's going to be interesting to see if the Qs start to falter a little bit with the Russell at the same time. We haven't really seen that yet, simultaneously the Russell faltering with the S&P and the Qs. I do think that it's momentarily about to happen, but time will tell. NVIDIA is coming right back down again. Apple's still under pre-market low. Microsoft is still exceptionally weak on the session. So we're short coin right now. We took profits on our NVIDIA long, our SOXS short, which is flying right now. All right, get ready to add to coin again at 144. Pierce to that 144. We will add to coin again. All right, so NVIDIA's testing pre-market lows again. Sorry, well below it. Apple's well below it now. Microsoft's continuing to fall. I do have a long trade on Microsoft. It needs to hit around a Pierce of 365 gets me interested in on Microsoft. 365. So keep that on radar. I'll add to my BITI basically here at 1320 will be the next add level. But I'm watching MSFT for a long trade. It's not at my level yet, but the indices are trying to push up here. SPY is trying to push up, still in the bear gap. Let's see where we are. The dollar softening. The Russell's still up nicely on the session. Yields are all green. Gold's down 1.3. Silver's down 2.25. Bitcoin's still hovering and trading. And we did get filled on our coin there. Another entry. So we have a 3/4 entry short on coin. A 3/4 short entry on coin. The average on my coin trade is sitting at 143.15 now. 143.15. Short coin. Okay. NVDA is now coming back down yet again. So that's going to weigh in on semis. Apple, Microsoft still coming down here. Amazon's even weak. Amazon has triggered a head and shoulders on the 4-hour chart. Chart setups occurring. So I'll pull up the hourly chart on Amazon here once it loads. What a man, how's your morning so far? Seen a lot of things going down. Hey, Liquid Fire. Great, my morning's great so far. We swung SOXS over the weekend. We swung IWM, SPY shorts. We're shorting coin now. We closed our SOXS for a lovely over 3% day trade gain. Picking up some Bitcoin shorts right now. So things are looking spicy. We were well positioned for this mega cap drawdown. Took profits on NVIDIA, over 9% swing trade with my members. So again, if you're interested in potentially learning some strategies, let me show you this pattern on Amazon. So the big break on Amazon is coming right there. You do have a potential left shoulder, head, right shoulder break. So watch for more downside in some of these individual mega caps names. You know, there might be some intraday bounces on the likes of like NVIDIA, which are definitely seeing some more downside. Dollar's still softening quite substantially here. Still waiting for Bitcoin to see a much bigger breakdown. Looking at this CMND, it is trying to get a pump up. CMND. It's looking like it's getting a nice little push here. Microsoft, I'm going long Microsoft here at 364.24. 364.24. It's a 1/4 entry on Microsoft. It's a 1/4 entry on Microsoft. 364.24 there. We're long MSFT. That one just hit a big pivot level. So it's a 1/4 entry because the market's still weak. It could go lower. But 364.24, I just got filled. It's coming right back down to that level. The next ad level on this particular trade will be basically $1 lower at 363. All right, I just added to my coin short at 145.06. 145.06 added to my coin short. Brings my average up nicely to 144.15. So again, the dollar's falling here. Dollar is falling. Coin is still pushing up, trying to make a move for that pre-market high. All right, nice bounce coming in on Microsoft. Let's see if we can get some more upside. All right, coin is starting to come in from the highs again. Potential failed breakout here. Pre-market high still all the way up here at 147.60. So SPY is also coming down. Microsoft still just hovering at our level. Apple still remaining bearish below pre-market lows. Looking at natural gas for a long here, guys. Get ready to go long UNG. NVIDIA is coming up into some good support on the daily chart. You have the 150 daily moving average confluencing right here. So NVIDIA could be a good long here, right at this 450. Pick up some NVDA long here at 453. 453, I just got filled on the long side of NVIDIA. 453, it's a 1/4 position, and then I'll add about $1 lower. So 452, 451, 450. All right, so we're bouncing nicely. Still holding a MSFT long, slightly out of the money. Coin short, NVIDIA long. Big mover today. It could be a big mover today. We clear this pivot, you're going to test this previous high here. We clear this pivot, and we could see this one squeeze all the way up to, here we go. All right, I am about to exit my Microsoft. Big bounce coming in on NVIDIA. Big bounce. We're in the money, a full $1 on NVIDIA. I'm going to move a break-even stop loss. Look at this Microsoft push. Look at it. All right, a little bit more, I'm going to exit soon. Come on, keep a little more push on Microsoft. One more little surge up. I'm about to exit here. All right, I just exited 365.27. 365.27. Exit on Microsoft. Boom. Beautiful fucking trade. Let's go, man. Let's go. Let's see how NVIDIA is doing. NVIDIA is getting a terrific bounce here. Terrific bounce off of that level. I am super tempted to exit here. I want a little bit more. If we can push up into this low pivot, 455, or if we tap 455, I will be taking $2 profit. I'm just going to move an in-the-money stop on NVIDIA right now. I'm just going to move a stop loss to 453. All right, I'm exiting here, 455.10. 455.10 on NVIDIA. I just exited 455.10. Boom. That is another couple winners. Wonderful job. Wonderful. Thanks, Liquid Fire. So that was a beautiful trade. Definitely check out my Trading Capital Discord. We've already closed 3 winners. We're long. I want a new low of day on Nat Gas, and we're going to take a little bit of a trade, a long trade on probably Boyle or UNG. I really haven't quite decided yet. But a big bounce coming in the markets. Now you have coins seeing some downside. So we've already closed massive wins. Big bounce still coming in the markets. Big bounce still coming. You still have Apple under pre-market low. So just be mindful that we could see more downside with stocks in bearish territory. SPY is kind of in its half gap zone. The Russell's now starting to come in a little bit. The Russell is starting to come in just a tad. Tesla's trying to turn green, believe it or not. So Tesla's actually looking like it wants to turn on us for the positive side. You still have weakness in Microsoft down 2.5, NVDA down 2.5, Apple down 0.9, AMD. So with those mega cap weakness, it's going to be difficult for this market to get out of its way. Very, very difficult. We're clearly in some sell side pressure. Very clear we are in some sell side pressure. So it's looking like it's a downtrending day where the pops will be shorted and sold into. So just be mindful of that. Just be mindful of that. Apple's testing its pre-market low again. All right, nat gas is making a new low here. So let me just take a look at this natural gas. Still pushing. Microsoft's still pushing. Seeing weakness in oil starting to creep in. So natural gas just made a new low on the session. Just look at this daily chart here. It's quite fascinating. Quite fascinating. The bigger level is really at the bottom of this channel. Call it around 255, 254-ish. That would be a complete pivot lows, pivot highs. Almost right here is the spot. Trying to bottom pick it. It's down 4.34%. Big rip on Microsoft. All right, I'm going long UNG here. This is just a quick trade. 524 long UNG. 1/4 position. 1/4 position on UNG. Let's see how the SPY is doing. Now you have the Russell starting to weaken. So if the Russell goes negative, we're going to see a big sell side pressure in this market. So the IWM is starting to falter. Indeed it is. So the Russell, we have some 10 o'clock data that is set to come out. SOXS is still remaining strong. Bitcoin's catching a little bit of a bid. So again, we've already closed 3 winners today. A couple swing trades as well. Still holding a coin short. Still holding a Bitcoin short. Dollars pulled in quite substantially. Coin is pushing up with Bitcoin. Apple's still testing pre-market lows. Bitcoin's trying to push up. All right, I just added to my BITI at 1326. 1326. I just added to my BITI here at 1326. That's a half a position short there. Still holding my coin short. We exit our NVIDIA long. We exit our Microsoft long. looking at potentially shorting Apple here because it's getting rejected at pre-market low. To see if we do get this breakdown. All right, let's flip back to the SPY. That 10 a.m. data is coming out. It's dropping the dollar briefly, causing a little bit of a near-term spike. Now a drop. VIX is still up 8% on the session. Big drop coming in now in the SPY. Dollar's really not reacting yet. Yields are still really stuck in a range. All right, I'm seeing now Bitcoin trying to make a little bit of a push higher. All right, markets are trying to bounce here. Markets are trying to bounce. Coins pushing up. You still have NVDA down 2.3%, Microsoft down 2.5%. Nat gas is going lower just a little bit. Hey, Purdy Plays, welcome to the stream. All right, so now SPY's coming right back down again. So is the Russell. Again, watch this Russell. If the Russell goes negative, then maybe that's a character change in the markets where we've been seeing capital rotate out of the Qs and the S&P into the Russell. So the Russell's been strong every time the Qs and the S&P has been selling off. We haven't seen a broad market sell-off in quite a long time. I'm in the camp that we actually are about to see it today. Just with the amount of weakness in the mega caps, you know, when you have Apple and Microsoft down and NVIDIA down and the semis down quite substantially, I do believe we're probably going to see a sell-off in the broad markets. I'd be surprised if the Russell truly starts to hold up, but we will see. SPY is looking like it wants to attack the lows. Bitcoin's still continuing to hold up. As for trades right now, I mean, other than our coin short, our Bitcoin short, I'm not seeing anything of nature that is intriguing to me. Potentially adding on our UNG very soon here. Watching that still closely. So UNG, we're slightly out of the money on UNG. All right, I'm seeing Bitcoin starting to falter just a tad. Just a tad. Del G, sorry, I just saw your message, Jelly. Any position on towards QQQ? Well, I like to leave a little bit of mystery for my members, but I still think there's more downside in the Qs. Not only, you know, you look at yields, they're ready for a bounce. You look at the dollar, it's trying to break out of this inverted head and shoulders, which right now on the 4-hour chart, it's actually getting rejected at that neckline. But if the dollar breaks out of this inverted head and shoulders, we should expect a move to about 104. So the QQQ has been chopping in this range pretty much at the cycle highs of this rally for a substantial amount of time. And we've been seeing the Qs sell off on lowering yields. So that's a little bit of an interesting phenomenon. So the Qs right now are still well above, starting to lose some of the short-term moving averages on the type of action do we get above this pivot zone here. This is a big pivot zone on the Qs because you've opened now a bear gap on the charts, and this could potentially be a little bit of a M-top or head and shoulders. I don't like it because the right shoulder isn't that well developed. It's just a gap. But let's just say we keep closing underneath this neckline here and getting rejected like we did once today. You could see a move all the way down to 377. That would be a pretty big gap on the charts that filled. So watch this little neckline that I have on my chart here on the Qs. That's going to be your big level. You can see we're coming up, to test it right now. But that's going to be your big level on the Qs. And we can actually just leave this chart up here just to see if we get through it. That's a really big gap. I'd be surprised if the markets don't try to challenge it. But again, if that dollar and yields continue to push higher here, we're going to see this market falter. I am seeing coin starting to break down now. So COIN, Coinbase, starting to break down just a little bit here. Let's see if coin triggers this little head and shoulders. Let's flip back to the Qs. Qs are the weakest indice, down 1%. Russell's positive by 0.28%. S&P's down 0.6%. So it's kind of a mixed bag of tricks today. Really a mixed bag of tricks. So we're seeing oil under a lot of pressure today as well. Copper's under pressure. Gold is under pressure. And that big reversal in gold is probably not a good signal for the market, to be honest. When gold makes a new high. You're welcome, Deljeet. Hopefully that helps. So again, you can check out my Trading Capital Discord. We closed a 9%, just over 9% winner today on a specific trade. We've closed three different day trades for a lovely gain on Microsoft, lovely gain on NVDA, lovely gain on the SOXS. Still holding short coins, still holding long CM. See the CMD just based off of what I'm seeing on the daily, weekly charts. We had some heavy accumulation last week. Daily chart looks pretty horrific with this volume, but when you flip to the weekly, you can see you put in this nice weekly reversal on huge amount of volume. Look at that volume. So that weekly reversal candle actually engulfed the previous week. So that's a nice little bullish weekly candle. And I could see this one actually coming up to this 411. That would be over 100% gain, almost 200% from current levels. 4, 8, 12, yeah, almost a triple. So I'm holding the CMND long, and it is coming up to its pre-market high. I believe that that's its pre-market. Build a base to move higher. Microsoft's actually looking like an interesting long trade. It's trying to put in a inverted head and shoulders pattern on Microsoft. We're still waiting on it. The Russell's moving back up. So is the Dixie. Coin is pushing up some more. Natural gas is trying to create a little bit of a bid here. So we may have some money rotating into nat gas. Still getting rejected on the Qs. Again, what I'm looking for is, do we sell off in the Russell along with the indices? We haven't had a broad market sell-off yet. So that's what I'm waiting for, to witness and see if we have a broad market sell-off. You have Amazon down 1.68% on the session. It's in bearish territory right now. Markets look to be, they appear to be downtrending today. All right, natural gas is trying to bounce here. So nat gas is trying to bounce. Coin is now coming in. Bitcoin's starting to potentially roll over just a little bit. Still a big spot for the Qs, getting rejected at this area. So the SPY is still looking exceptionally weak. So is the Qs. Qs are being rejected here. SPY is being rejected. Bitcoin's starting to come down just a little bit. So in terms of trades that look the best to me right now, Microsoft looks decent. So that's good to see. Come on, Nat Gas, get a big bounce. And it could be forming a potential inverted head and shoulders on Nat Gas. It's still too early, slightly. So the Russell's still positive on the session at 0.43%. I think we're actually going to see the Russell start to fade just with the strength in the dollar and the yields. I'm actually going to grab a Russell short here, 185.65. Short the Russell. 185.65. Short the Russell. Bitcoin's trying to curl over just a tad. Tesla's starting to roll over as well. All right, I'm going to add to my Russell short here at 185. Sorry, 186 Pierce. 186 Pierce I will add. Come on, Russell. Small caps are still getting a big push here. We're now in the money on our coin short. We're in the money on our natural gas trade. And we're in the money on our BITI short. Or long, our BITI long, I apologize. Look at this QQQ still selling. All right, I just added to my Russell short there. My average is now 185.84. Next ad level is 186.39. Qs are trying to look for a new low of day. So watch those Qs because they are starting to fall. Potentially a new low of day. Bitcoin's starting to roll over just a little bit. Trigger this potential bearish pattern. Look out below. So Bitcoin is still up 3.85%. All right, so Bitcoin's starting to sell a little bit more. Dollar's trying to bounce here. We'll see if Coinbase gives up a lot. Look how extended coin is on the daily chart. Magnificent move. Look at this move though. Whew. You know, I still see Coinbase retracing back to this 113 area. Huge resistance. Sorry about the chart, it's a little bit messy. But coin is starting to fall now. Bitcoin's also starting to roll. Bitcoin is the underlying mover, so we are short Bitcoin via BITI. We're also short coin, which are in the money. Coin, we're already in the money about $1. I want more. I'm going to be super greedy on Coinbase just because it's so extended and because Bitcoin's so extended. But I'm watching this potential head and shoulders on Bitcoin. I want to see this trigger. There's a very strong chance it can trigger. And actually, I think it can overshoot this and come back down to about 40,000 on the chart. That's what I'm watching for. And it's looking very likely because why? We're seeing the Dixie catching yet again another little bid. Still holding a Russell short. Whoa, Qs are getting absolutely demolished. Look at these Qs, new lows. Look at that red bar down. Still holding a Russell short IWM, which we're slightly in the money. But I'm waiting for the Russell to turn red because then that would signify a character change in the market. With the sell-off last week in the Qs and the S&P, even though they still finished really relatively strong, multiple weeks. So that's the character change I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for the Russell to actually go negative with the S&P and the Qs, and then that would signal something deeper for this market. And I'll touch base with that with my members today. If we get that, that's going to be a big change in character for this market. And it's going to mean it's going to be super important what transpires next. Bitcoin's still holding on. The Russell, we're in the money. Nat gas is trying to push up, so we're holding a UNG long, a BITI long, a coin short. The session, let me just figure it out here. It's still up on the session 0.35%, 67 cents, but I would not be shocked if it goes red today. Don't be surprised. You heard it here first. Don't be surprised if it goes red. All right, Bitcoin's still coming in for some more selling. Still in the money on our Russell short here. Let's see if Bitcoin's doing any additional movement. I think we're going to get a big flush in Bitcoin here. I'm seeing some strength in the dollar creeping back in. Here comes coin. Coin's pushing down again. Apple's making a new low of day. Here comes the Bitcoin break. It's testing a key pivot. All right, Bitcoin selling. Get ready here, guys. This is going to be a big move. Once we trigger that neckline, we could see a big flush. We could see a big flush. So just prepare for some extra volatility here. Q new lows. SPY is about to test the pre-market low. We break pre-market low, and it's going to be off to the races for the downside, which is beautiful to see. This is beautiful. Absolutely love it. Coin is just starting to dump. We haven't even triggered the bearish price action on coin. Coin's pre-market low is 140.92. So what I'm going to encourage you to do is mark 140.92. That's your pre-market low. We pierced it here, bounced, made a little bit of a new high. I bet that once we close and take that out, you're going to see this start to sell drastically. SPY getting hit hard. Whoa, look at the down move in gold. Holy shit. Look at that move down in gold. Holy, destroying the gold bugs after they gave them a new all-time high. No one could even sell their gold positions in the equity markets unless you were a futures trader. But they gave gold bugs a new all-time high just before the market actually opens. And look at this move down in gold. Holy motherfucker. If you engulf this candle, that's it. Gold, the nails in the coffin there for them. All right, let's look at our IW nat gas. We're still holding a long on. I would not be shocked with a negative Russell. Wow, man, what a move down in freaking gold. That's incredible. Apple's getting demolished. SPY's getting demolished. Qs are getting demolished. Bear gap is in play on the Qs. I have a tradable level on the Qs around 3.8, just a pierce of 381. We can actually go long the Qs at 381. If we saw a flush down to 381, oof, yikes. So Qs are just getting absolutely slaughtered. Bitcoin still hasn't broken down yet. It's still holding up. But with this harsh selling, oh my goodness, we're printing. We are fucking printing people on our shorts. Let's go, man. Come on, baby. I want coin to really flush through that pre-market low. Come on, baby. Flush it, coin. Bitcoin needs to flush it here. Holy, Microsoft down 2.78%, Apple down 1.45%, NVDA almost down 3%, AMD down 3.36%, SOXX down 1.92%, Eli Lilly getting slaughtered. You have Google down 2.7%, Mega Cap Tech is just getting rocked. Natural gas is getting rocked. Oil's negative. Huge. SMH is down 2.22%. I think this is going to be a nasty day, a broad market sell-off where things are shaping up for a big broad market sell-off. It's a downtrending day, so we just want to be very, very cautious if you're going long in this market. Oil's getting a big pop now, so if oil starts to go green while this market's trending down, we're going to get a ripper to the downside. Holy, look at gold. Gold is getting annihilated. It's flying. Look at the SPY and the Qs. I can't believe what I'm seeing in the Qs right now. I mean, I can. We're positioned on the short side with my members, thankfully, but look at this QQQ rejection at that massive trend line. What a ripper. Microsoft's at a testing that double bottom. It's actually a long trade on Microsoft setup right here. Apple's hitting some decent support as we speak. NVIDIA is going to test double bottom low here. I think we get a small short-term bounce in the market before the next downtrend resumes. All right, I'm going to go long the Qs here. Long the Qs at 383.50. 1/4 position, 383.50. Dixie's making a a new high here. It's still trying to surge. So we're long the Qs, still short coin, still short Bitcoin, still long nat gas, and long CMND. So we're long UNG at 524. We're short coin, which we're nicely in the money, all the way at our averages at 144.03. So we're in the money by about $4. Qs, we just started a position. Next ad level on the Qs is going to be basically down at a pierce of 383. And then 382. It's about 50 cents lower on the Qs. Every 50 cents will add to this day trade if it goes there. We're getting a small bounce now. I'm still seeing Amazon at the lows. Still holding a Russell short, which is printing nicely. The Russell's about to go negative. So that's what we said in our morning stream. Watch for that negative price action on the Russell. The Russell is about to go negative. I'm seeing now Bitcoin may come down and test that neckline. Wait till we get that neckline flush on Bitcoin. Our coin short is gonna fucking print if we get that. Qs are coming right back down again. They just don't want to get out of their own way. Pretty incredible. Dollar's still coming down, or coming up, sorry. Dollar's still coming up. NVDA new lows. NVIDIA just made a new low. It's now down over 3.3% on the session. All right, Qs are getting a nice bounce here. If we get a flush through that neckline, watch out for those coin shorts. Those coin shorts are going to fucking blast off to the moon. Come on, baby. Just break this neckline. We need to test it. Some heavy volumes coming in. So this is a critical inflection here. Buyers obviously trying to step in. Still holding UNG on the long side. I go back to our QQQ trade. So UNG, we're in the money by about 2 cents. We're in the money by about 50 cents on the Russell short. We're in the money a few dollars on the coin short. Holding a BITI long as well. Holding a QQQ long as well. So let's just look at our BITI since we are also accumulating that on the long side right now. So take a look at this BITI. All right. So we bought 2 positions. Our average is at 1330. Continuing to do. Coin is still coming down here, breaking pre-market low. I wouldn't be surprised if Bitcoin triggers that head and shoulders, we come down to flush. Come on, baby, give it to us. Oh, coin is selling. Fuck yes, man. Yes. Yes, man. Anybody took those coin shorts with me? You're fucking banking. Look where we shorted coin, all the way up here. For a day trade, this is a full position on the day trade. Like, oh my God. Oh my God. I have about 1,000 shares short on a coin. 1,000 shares short. It's actually 950. But 1,000 is easier to deal with. All right. I am expecting a little bit of a bounce here in the market. You have stocks into some big support. Apple's hitting a big support level right now. Well, I shouldn't say it's a minor day trade support level. It's not like a swing trade level. It's just a day trade level on Apple. And actually, I would go long Apple at a level. It's a little bit lower, but I will go long Apple at a specific level. All right, Bitcoin is about to test that neckline of that head and shoulders. If we get a break, you're going to see coin start to dump. Still holding UNG long, still holding a Russell short and a QQQ long. QQQ, we're slightly in the money. Where could I see QQQ retracing to? Well, It's a little optimistic, but I could see us retracing all the way back up to 385.20. 385, this red bar. If we get above this red bar, then I think it's more likely that we do get that retrace. See if we get a flusher. Come on, baby. Come on, flush, flush. BITI is crushing it for us. Let's go, man. Come on. Come on, baby. Flush it. We're flushing, guys. We're flushing on coin. BITI, we're heavily in the money. Bitcoin, look at that dump coming in. Look at this. Downside still. Now, we should get a retrace at some point. We should, but this is super extended on the dailies. Wow. What price action. What incredible price action this is. All right, we're still holding our Russell short, our coin short, our BITI long, our CMND long, our UNG long. Look at them down much, much more. Would not be surprised for a retest all the way to about 40,000 hold number. Coin is about, I would not be shocked if coin goes negative. Imagine Bitcoin gives it this whole move. Wow. Wow. What a dump. Oh my goodness. What a play. What a fucking trade, guys. Now I just want to take some time. Look at this coin short that we're fucking banking on. Holy shit. All right, I just added to the Qs down there at that Pierce of 383. So I just added to the QQQs, Pierce of 383 on that dip. Okay, so I warned you it was about 50 cents lower each trade that we were going to add to the position. Basically, my average now is sitting at 380, 328. Okay, so we're slightly out of the money. Bitcoin's still breaking down, but coin's getting a bounce. Bitcoin's getting a bounce. I still see for a move on the Russell to occur. Well, you obviously have this big support zone, which is we're coming up into this pivot. I see a minimum retrace there, but believe it or not, I could see the Russell going all the way to 183.20 today. I could see it just with the weakness in the markets. Look at this dollar surging. Wow. What crazy, crazy price action in these markets. Oil's getting a big bounce as well, so oil's continuing to rip. NVDA is still coming down here, guys. NVIDIA is still coming down. So right now we're in a really good spot. We are in the driving seat on basically all of our trades right now. So that is a really good position to be in, especially when the markets are getting near some big support levels and they're getting oversold. Bitcoin's still under a lot of pressure here. Short-term time frames, it's about to trigger on the 10-minute, which is really the time frame that I'm looking at of this pattern. And again, the downside of this pattern should take you to about 40,500. 40,000. We're obviously building a QQQ position on the long side. Slightly out of the money on that, but our IWM is insulating us rather well. And our coin short is insulating us. We still hold natural gas long, a UNG. Anybody that's able to catch that UNG with us, that's starting to actually gas chart. Now flat on the trade. So good job on that Q trade. Coin's getting a small bounce here. Qs are getting a small bounce. So Nat Gas is trying to put in a little bit of an inverted head and shoulders here. Didn't develop a nice right shoulder from my opinion, but we could see that breakout. We will see. And I'm seeing oil strength come into play again. So oil's coming back into play. So just like that, we're basically flat on the Qs with a half a position. But this is definitely a downtrending day. You have the VIX up 7.8%. Semis are still getting crushed. AMD's almost down 4%. NVDA's down 3.5%. Bitcoin's had a little bit of a bounce here. Bitcoin's still triggering that head and shoulders on the 10-minute chart. Still holding a Russell short Q. Let's see how our coin is doing. So coin got that bounce with Bitcoin. Obviously, they're moving in tandem, but Bitcoin did trigger the head and shoulders on the 10-minute chart. Now I expect to retrace to the neckline. So if we look on the 10-minute chart here, Russell's still positive. It's climbing. Google's down 2.7. Amazon's down 2.5. So the Bitcoin, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a retest, but since it's so elevated, this could continue to just flush. And if we don't get a retest of this neckline, it just makes me more bearish on the Bitcoin market right now. And this could be the top. You know, we had a high of around 42,150. That could be the high. Starting to try to curl on the NASDAQ here. There's not too much resistance from this downtrend. So if we can get above this pivot, you may have a move all the way up to about 385 on the charts. Bitcoin's getting a nice little pop there. Trying to retest the neckline. Dollar's still pushing up. So as long as that Dixie remains strong, I'm still in the camp we see more downside in this market, although the Qs are very, very extended, at least to the downside as of now. With more consolidation, it could go lower. This is why this is key, this level here. Is this forming a little bit of an inverted head and shoulders to get a small little bounce? Again, most of the pops are being sold into. So we could be seeing a little bit of a move here up to 384, give or take. Again, Bitcoin's bouncing. Coinbase is bouncing. Coinbase is still up 4.4%, but definitely it's pulled in from the highs. Still short Bitcoin, still short the Russell, long the Qs. Qs were basically flat, still long that gas. So it has done a retest of the neckline. Let's see what type of action we get here. We're nicely in the money in our Qs now. The Russell's trying to move up. All right, so Bitcoin's still pushing up here, trying to recapture. All right, so Bitcoin again, still trying to recapture that neckline. Very, very key area here. This is going to be an interesting candle close. Right now, you can see the sellers are starting to emerge, but it's a fight. It's not an easy, straightforward slam dunk. I didn't take it, but I'm watching it. Liquid Fire, does your membership have learning videos, tutorials, or anything like that? I'm thinking about doing a month to try it out. I'm just trying to learn right now. Don't have a lot of extra. Yeah, so Liquid Fire, I post daily analysis videos for my members. Sometimes weekly sector reviews as well. I track all the insider buying and selling. So a 1 month free trial, honestly, I think you'll learn a lot. Even if you cancel after 1 month, it'll give you an insight as to how I trade, swing trade, day trade a little bit. But I do have a little bit of educational videos for my members. I don't have any tutorials or anything of that nature yet. I am working on some new educational material, but my member videos basically allow you to learn as to how I trade. There's many different ways to trade in this market, and not all the ways that I trade are going to resonate with you. So you may see a position that I enter on the long or the short side, and you may absolutely disagree with it and take the opposite trade, or you may absolutely agree with it and go long. But often you just try to gauge and see what traders resonate with you, and I'll be happily be able to have you on board with my service. We welcome all members, and it's just a teaching moment. $50 to learn, to see what I'm doing. This is what I do full time. I don't think $50 is a lot of money, in the sense that even if you hate me after 1 month, you can more than welcome to cancel. I still do these free streams, but at least you'll get to see the position sizing, what I trade, how I trade. But there's many different ways to trade and make money in this market, and I'll be certainly happy to try to help you excel and navigate these crazy, crazy times. But we're going to be entering some pivotal moments. And just to touch base on things, I cover basically the equity markets, the bond market, the currency markets, the crypto markets, pretty much day to day, week to week. So I touch base on all markets because I believe you have to have a full scope of the equity, which is the stock market, the bond market, and the currency markets, to put us in the best position possible to make money. But in my daily analysis videos for my members, they're about 10 to 20 minutes long each day, the videos. And I do post a lot of educational material. I try to, when I do a new trade, I try to tell you why I'm entering that trade. Hopefully that helps your question there, Liquid Fire. So Bitcoin is still fighting that neckline. We'll have a 46-second close on the 10-minute chart momentarily. I'm still holding long a Q, short a Russell, long Nat Gas, and long CMND, short coin. I honestly want to see coin go negative today. I think with this dump here on Bitcoin, if we dump and complete this measured move, down to, I actually think the measure move takes you to 40,600, give or take. I still think 40,000 gap. And you actually have double gaps here. But QQQ is running into some near-term sellers yet again. SPY as well, running into some sellers. Still holding long a Q, long UNG, short B or long BITI, short coin. Tesla's down 1.7. Obviously, crypto mining stocks are ripping today, but they have pulled from their highs. NVDA is still down 3.4. Microsoft's going for a new low of day, down 3% on a multi-trillion-dollar company. It's not every day that you can actually recover and the markets can sustain itself when you have the second largest company down 3%. You think about, what is the market cap of Microsoft down? I think about 2.7 trillion, maybe a little less after today, but 3% on 2.7 trillion is a lot of money. And then you have Apple, a couple trillion deep, where that's down about 1.7. Then you have NVIDIA over trillion, down 3.5. AMD, a few hundred billion, down 3.88. So massive sell side pressure coming in these markets. Qs are right back down to our last add entry there, or the last time we added. Slightly out of the money on the Qs, in the money on the Russell, in the money on our Bitcoin, in the money on our coin short as well. One thing I'm not liking about the Qs right now is we're bounced weak, very, very weak, and now you're trying to put in new lows, and I'm actually seeing Tesla testing the pre-market low. Tesla's been the stronger mega cap. It almost went positive, and now it's right back down. Qs are trying to catch a small little bid here. Let's see if it comes into fruition. All right, so we're just monitoring things here. Qs are trying to get a bounce. Let's see how Bitcoin's doing again, because Bitcoin, obviously, we got that 10-minute close below the neckline. You did get rejected as well on the 10-minute chart with a retrace at the neckline, so it does make the pattern, technically speaking, complete to move lower. So I'll show you here on the chart. You got your break, retest, tried recapturing, rejection. Now you're coming back down on Bitcoin. So that is a technically perfect head and shoulders pattern that is playing out. The probabilities of this playing out to the downside are extremely higher now because you got that retrace, rejection, and push down. Obviously, nothing is perfect. You could fail again, but we're still holding coin short. I want to see Bitcoin really start to flush. If Bitcoin falls and gives up the 3% gain that it has, which honestly wouldn't surprise me, if the dollar gets up and makes a new high, I think we could see Bitcoin really start to flush. We're deep in the money on that trade. It's probably prudent and smart to at least put a stop loss, take some profits. I'm going to let this ride. I'm going to be a bit greedy today on my coin short. I am going to be a bit greedy. Maybe I regret it, but I am going to be a bit greedy. All right, Tesla breaking pre-market low. New lows on Microsoft. New lows on everything here, pretty much across the board. Oh my God. All right, so QQQ long trade is getting hit a little bit here. But that's okay. We still have maneuverability, room to add to the position. Basically, I'm adding every 50 cents to the position, every 50 cents lower. You can see we're almost at this next entry here. We're almost at the next entry on the Qs. Very, very close. Gold still down substantially, down 2.26%. So from the high to the low, the gold, I think, swing is holy fuck. That's one of the nastiest looking candles I've ever seen in gold. That is so disgusting. I mean, that's about almost a 6 per night. What an epic candle on gold. And honestly, this type of price action in gold where it makes a new all-time high and then fades is not healthy. Something's broken in the economy. For gold to move up this much, so yeah, we'll be pleased to have you aboard Liquid Fire. I definitely encourage you to just stay at least for 30 days. Even if you cancel after 30 days, you can just watch the videos as much as possible. You know, even if you buy today, cancel tomorrow, just try to stay with it for 30 days. Ask questions. You can email me once I send you my email and invite link to the Discord. And basically, I encourage you to just ask questions, observe. Don't take the initial trades that I do unless you're confident in it as well. But NVIDIA, for instance, we shorted at 504.85, and I just covered down here today for a nice about 9% drop. So we're seeing some money rotating out of semis into the bears. If you do join, and try to watch the videos. You can even rewatch some old videos. Kind of hedging each other. And I am holding a UNG long, which were flat short. And I am seeing Bitcoin starting to weaken just a little bit more here. But don't not be surprised if coin actually goes red today and fills this gap. That would probably be a cover zone on the day trade. That would be an epic win. Holy fuck, if I cover this Coinbase at gap fill, I'll buy everyone a membership to my membership on the stream. That would be a gain of roughly $10 a share. Yay! And I almost have I have 950 shares. So that would be almost 10 G's. It's big. It's big. How you doing, Bitcoin? How you doing? Give it. I want you to fall lower. I just want you to have a flash crash so I can bank on my coin shorts. We haven't had and to think about the volatility in Bitcoin, everyone thinks of volatility as one direction. There's volatility as two direction, up and down. And when you think of the volatility in Bitcoin, it's really only been to the upside. We haven't seen an epic flash crash. Skeptical about this crypto pump. Binance was one of the biggest tokens in the crypto market. Okay. And basically, it hasn't participated in the rally in the crypto market. It's actually putting this head and shoulders. So if BNB, if there's something wrong externally or internally with BNB, which I think there is with the fraud from CZ, if you have one of the largest crypto tokens, and I don't even know what the market cap of this coin is anymore. Let's see if I can pull it up here on the actual chart. I don't know if TradingView is going to dictate and show it. But let me just see here. It's still loading. You know what? I'll just quickly look on CoinMarketCap. CoinMarketCap. So I still think there's something fundamentally wrong. So BNB, I believe, is still the fourth largest token. It is. It's wielding a market cap of 34 billion. 837 million. So if something's fundamentally wrong with this BNB token, which I think there is, based off of this fraud, based off of the non-participation, the fourth largest coin is lagging this market. So you can argue to say that the pump has probably come out of BNB into Bitcoin and ETH. But this downside pattern, if triggers, should take us down to 175. And the thing about this BNB token is that once we trigger this little potential pattern, and you can arguably say you have triggered this larger term weekly head and shoulders here, which weekly patterns play out over a long period of time, but you broke the neckline. Downside target takes you to about $76, but there's no technical support here. This big blue box, there's no consolidation. It was just a 1, 2, 3 up move when we had QE, massive monetary stimulus, low interest rates. So when there's no technical support, it does leave the vulnerability of believing this Bitcoin pump recently, because Binance, the fourth largest crypto token, has done nothing. It's really done nothing. Hasn't firmed up at all. Still putting in bearish price action. Still holding a Russell. So the Russell did briefly dip negative, but it's back to the positive now. I'm still holding a Bitcoin BITI long. Still holding a Nat Gas long. Still holding a QQQ long, a Russell short, coin short. So hopefully that a little analysis there helped of the BNB crypto space. I know some people do follow, some people don't follow. That's okay. So Bitcoin chart just to see if there's any intraday inverted head and shoulders pattern forming on the smaller term time frames. So we have a potential, just a little potential pattern, bullish pattern forming. So you have your neckline, which is there. You can see we've done the retest. So this is a nice little potential long trade all the way up to 383. You have triggered this head and shoulders. Sorry, inverted head and shoulders. Nice little rounding formation. And you're going to notice that the patterns often show up over and over and over again. Apple, though, coming down, that's going to hinder this pattern from breaking out. We have Apple seeing more sell-side pressure, making new lows. NVIDIA, Microsoft, Tesla are bouncing. Amazon's bouncing as well. Bitcoin's trying to push up just a tad here. Palantir's getting smoked down 8%. Uber's performing well. Bitcoin's pushing back up to test that neckline. All right, so the dollar's now softening just a little bit. That should help the markets. Bitcoin's still pushing up here. Just waiting patiently. Russell's back to the green side. Semis are still weak. Bitcoin's done a full... Sorry, my kitty cat is just acting all crazy here, hitting my keyboard. BT cat tries to trade with you. All right, Apple's coming back down again. It is now hitting some support. There's a gap fill here. Trade on Apple, AAPL. So Apple's been trending lower, coming down on Apple right here. You can go long Apple. I'm just going to handle my QQQ position. Maybe I'll go long. Let me see. If we get that complete gap fill, I will consider going long here. But you can see it's trying to bounce off of this gap fill level. Hasn't filled the gap completely. We missed it by a few pennies, so I'd love to see it come down for a true retest of that gap. So you can see Apple never truly filled that gap. It's very, very close to doing so. But Apple never filled this gap. So now I'm still interested in it on the long side. Let's see if we can get a pierce. of this gap fill, and then we can look for a long trade. Nat gas is trying to push up some more. Coin is starting to curl. Bitcoin's still at the neckline. So if we pierce this 187.44 level, I will go long Apple. Let's just see our QQQ trade. SPY's coming back down. So a lot of wicks forming at these lows, which are showing buyers coming in. But if these buyers don't push this price action up soon, we could be in for a little bit of another move down. Luring some people in. You do have an inverted head and shoulders on watch. Microsoft's coming down. Still watching Apple on my other screens. We're about 11 cents away from taking a long entry on Apple. Apple's bouncing. QQQ's bouncing here. Semis are catching a little bit of a bid. Still super weak on the session though, the semis. So we're flat on our Q trade now. We are flat on our Q trade. Here comes the QQQ. So your next resistance is right at that head and shoulders target. So I'll look to exit here. About 30 cents higher. I still think the Qs can actually come down based off of Apple's price action and Microsoft. I'm actually going to, I'm going to cut my Qs here just for a small gain. 383.33. I just cut my Qs for a small gain. I just cut it right there for a small gain. And I'm waiting on Apple. I still see Apple potentially wanting to. So I think Apple, Microsoft, and everything, I still think they come back down for a little bit of a final retest. I like Apple or Microsoft or Qs directly, those three. NVIDIA is decent because it's down quite substantially as well, but let's just see if we get a little bit of more of a retest lower. So I just exited for a small gain because I still think Apple needs to come down just a tad. Gold putting in a bear flag on the 10-minute, dollar consolidating above the short-term moving average, trying to break out of the inverted head and shoulders. You have the VIX up 7% on the session. Yields, 2-year yield up 2.16, 10-year yield up 2.12. Massive moves in the yields again today. Should have been expecting a bounce in the yields. If you weren't, you probably need some extra analysis to help you. Wow, look at Canopy growth. Ripping. There may be a long trade here on Canopy. Let's just monitor it and see what we can muster up here. Bullish move. Holy, it's into squeeze territory here, guys. CGC is in squeeze territory. Look at this drop on Synopsys. This was one of my favorite. well in advance. And just a simple trend line analysis. Look at that beautiful pivot, rejection. Wow, that's epic. Bitcoin seeing more sellers creeping in slowly but surely. So look at this failed break on AMD. I still think we get a flush on Bitcoin. And I still think the Russell should go negative. It's had a terrific bounce. Qs have had a bounce. Qs are actually coming up into a short zone. Weekly RSI is super extended on Bitcoin. Like one of the most extended charts right now. Don't be chasing Bitcoin here. Please, my God, don't be chasing Bitcoin on the long side here. If there's anything I can say to you to keep you out of the crypto markets, my God, stay the hell out of the longs right now. Do not chase this market higher. Even the likes of AVGO. All right, Bitcoin's starting to sell some more. Coin is looking for a new low of day. So I'm still holding my coin. I'm still holding that gas long. Bitcoin is starting to sell. Bitcoin is starting to sell here. Even looking at the Dow here, the Dow has triggered a bullish pattern, but this bullish pattern failed us once before in a previous bear market cycle. And if this plays out, it's going to be freaky. I'll touch base on this Dow pattern, this inverted head and shoulders. Technically, it does have much more upside, but I've seen this once before in a previous bear cycle, and it did not end well. It really did not. All right, so Qs and Bitcoin are now coming back down just a tad. Amazon appears to be putting in a little bit of a bear flag to potentially move lower. Dollar's softening just a bit here, which is helping gold. Coin is still up 3.78%. Bitcoin's still up 3.3%. Tesla's down 1.5%. Microsoft's down 2.5%. NVDA's down 3.1%. Apple's down 1.76%. So the Russell's had a pretty big move here. The Russell has had a pretty big move. This is fine yet again. Names. It's a shorting the pop environment. So we're just going to watch Bitcoin and coin here. Still have a downside target on Bitcoin that needs to be achieved for this pattern to play out. Coin starts to break, which I think it could happen today. I think we're going to come back inside this channel, which would put us right around 40,000. So this low pivot here, this green bar sitting probably right at our support line is. Exactly. Oops, I just lost it. 40,000. So that 40,000 level, I think we could actually see that today, believe it or not. Here, there's a big move coming down in the IWM. Sorry, my trackpad. So Russell probably 3-minute chart. Let's see the 10-minute candle there. It's a pretty nasty range. Apple, Microsoft moving up. Nat Gas is getting a nice push here. So inverted head and shoulders on Nat Gas is on watch. We're still long UNG. Anybody that took that with me, we are holding a UNG on the long side, which is looking promising. We are in the money nicely on that trade. Markets are trying to push up here. Seeing NVDA falling a little bit more now. All right, so Bitcoin's going back for that neckline again. It is trying to recapture the neckline. But look at this move on Nat Gas. This is beautiful. Curve like this or like this. We can use that pivot there since it's the most recent high. Let me remove that one. And Nat Gas, based off of this pattern, let's see if it'll turn green today. So it should get up to 270. So we're obviously holding UNG on the long side. Look at that move up in UNG. That's beautiful. Heavy volume breakout. That's beautiful. That is freaking beautiful. So yeah, we're basically long UNG at this 524 mark here. Called out in the morning. We're still short coin, still short Bitcoin. Really bullish for Bitcoin if it can. Super bullish. Now, since Bitcoin's still so overbought, lots of negative divergences occurring, you have to remain slightly skeptical. I am seeing now a potential downside move coming in the Qs again to form potentially an inverted head and shoulders on Apple. Qs are short. I'm not shorting it here, but I could see the Qs falling, coming down, potentially carving out a right shoulder. We'll see. Now that we've completed the upside move on this inverted, what are we going to do here? Wow, for once, Tesla's not the highest volume traded stock. You have Palantir and Mara. M-A-R-A. Very interesting. Super interesting.
Apple's trying to join the party for you, Sharky. Spidey's over that 455.17. I think Casey talked about that too. Yeah, I mean, we got Friday's low, pre-market low, 21 UA here. It's definitely a lot of spots to get through. Might be a good spot to try shorts. Yeah, I'm about to start scaling into some shorts. Yeah, that's the spot up here. Yeah, if we can't break above here, there's no reason not to. I'd want to go higher up. Too obvious. trying again here. Get around and above. Yeah.
All right, so Bitcoin's still trying to push up just a tad. You have the indices moving up as a whole. Microsoft, Tesla, Apple, Amazon all getting a bounce. Meta's still looking weak. NVDA is still looking weak. Bitcoin's trying to push up. So the dollar has softened a little bit. I'm still holding a coin short, a Russell short, a BITI long, and a natural gas long. All right, I'm going to try shorting the Qs here. 383.93. I just got filled at 383.93. Short the Qs. 383.93. It's a 1/4 position.
Coming down.
So 383.93. Or short the Qs. It's a 1/4 entry. Basically, I'll add to that position at 384.43 every 50 cents higher. NVIDIA is now coming down again for another wave of selling. SPY is coming down. Qs are coming down. I just want to take this time for anybody that's new to the stream, I do run a day trading and swing trading Discord at tradingcapital.ca. I track insider buying and selling. I post daily analysis videos for my members. You get access to my Discord where I post educational charts, buys, entries, sell entries, profit targets, and a whole host of other information on the macro side, the micro side. I track the bond market, the yield market, which are basically the same thing, just opposite each other. And I track the currency markets, the equity markets, and the crypto market. So right now we've seen Bitcoin have a stellar move to the high side, up about 7 weeks in a row. This is interesting to see because technically Bitcoin is diverging from the Qs. Often you see Bitcoin and the Qs move in tandem. And we're actually seeing the crypto markets hold up better. But believe it or not, I'm bearish on crypto up here. Long-term, 5-10 years, bullish, bearish here in the next 3 months. Just remember, we're still in a technical downtrend on the indices. The Qs are still down 1.55%, SPY's down 0.9%, Russell's up 0.26%. Still holding a short on the Russell. I am in the camp that the Russell actually still goes negative today. Holding a QQQ short, holding a BITI long, holding a coin short. In the money by about $4 on coin. Basically just up about 7 cents on BITI. Let's see if we can get some more downside.
Did you get the spread this morning? I didn't actually. No. I did not. That focus. Yeah. Should did IWM. I know surprisingly like pretty choppy today. I mean I know he had a big move on Friday, but like that was a breakout move. Yeah.
The dollar looks to be potentially trying to move up a little bit more now. So watch that dollar because it is still consolidating bullishly. Coinbase is tapping its pre-market low. So coin is trying to move above its pre-market low.
Friday we got above it, retested that range breakout from the upside, held it into the close. Then we all woke up this morning and let's just go. Yeah, it's up.
You know, one thing I'm watching is, technically speaking, you're actually above the neckline. You got that 10-minute close above the neckline. So technically speaking, the price action does favor a negation of this head and shoulders, being the fact that you got a 10-minute close. However, this is the little nuances that I'll try to teach you guys. Because you're stuck inside of this wide range red bar, you can see that high pivot there. We've never got a close above that high pivot. You tried breaking it, but since this breakdown red bar is the candle that triggered the head and shoulders, and it also happens to have a huge degree of volume here, you want to respect that. If we were to get a close above that, then I would say this head and shoulders is negated. All right. SPY is coming down. I think Apple can come back down and potentially make an inverted head and shoulders or double bottom. So now you have some communication stocks. I'm seeing Meta starting to catch a little bit of a bid here. Google, Meta, Roblox, Roku. Look at Netflix going. So communication stocks are clearly reaching a bid here. AMD's had a nice big bid, basically gaining a one. Roku's trying to break out of this formation here. It's actually looking very, very strong.
The Roku call is a swing.
All right, I'm going to go 107 calls. I'm looking at 107 calls, 0 DTE on Roku. I'll let you know if I take them. I'll hopefully get a retrace to this trend line here, and then I'm going to take Roku 0 DTE calls. All right, I am back here on the mic. Let's see what's going on. So we're still holding a Russell short, a Q short, coin short, BITI long, and a nat gas long. So in the last few Bitcoin's back above that neckline, trying to potentially break above and continue its upside momentum. Roku, didn't end up taking, but damn. SPY just tapped pre-market low.
Bill.com, no higher day, or Bill, sorry, no higher day.
So SPY is still trying to stay under its pre-market low. Still technically in bearish environment, but it is trying to move higher here. Bitcoin's pushing up, so the dollar is still up nicely on the session, but it's still putting in some consolidation. Next ad level on the Qs is right at this 384.42 area.
I canceled ES. I was on the wrong chart. Jesus Christ. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh my God.
Russell's moving up. Everything's trying to catch a bid here.
When that happens, bro, my heart sinks for a second. I'm like, fuck. I just lost like $50, but it's okay. Yeah. But I'm in these
SPY is tapping pre-market high here, so it's a big level for SPY. It's tapping pre-market low. It's a big area here.
Apple's finally trying to participate. Come on, baby. Sweet talker shark. Futures are.
Get ready to add to the. So that's a second entry on the Qs there. Qs are still pumping. Whoa, big push in the market's coming in there. Bitcoin, everything's getting a pop here. So I did add there at 44. Going to be 384, 90, 94. Still every 50 cents. That's all we're doing is accumulating. We're still technically in bearish territory on the SPY and the Qs. Downtrend, dollar's softening just a little bit. Bitcoin's catching a bid. You do have Bitcoin back above the neckline of the head and shoulders, so technically speaking, it is negated. Coin is moving up pretty sharply here. Now the big question is, do we get another wave of selling, or is this it? Nat gas is coming down some more now. Bitcoin's pushing. Oil's falling. NVIDIA's moving up. Tesla's moving up. Apple, Microsoft, everything is moving up right now with the Qs. Communication stocks are catching a nice bid. SPY is above the Russell short, a Q short, a BITI long, and a coin short. Russell were flat, Qs were slightly out of the money, coin were still deep in the money. Coin is now negated. Now, I still think there could be a lot of downside for Bitcoin, but technically speaking, this inverted head and shoulders is negated. since you are getting a close above the neckline.
First higher low of the day right there. Trying to make that higher high. For those of you who like selling puts, I think you can sell.
So you can see Bitcoin getting a close above this red bar breakdown. So that's a good sign for Bitcoin. It did get a close above. Have this pattern on the 20-minute chart, so you need to wait another 9 minutes to see. You can see we're running up into that little pivot. Qs are still pushing up, so everything is pushing up as we speak. SPY, big push on the SPY, big push on the QQQ. So you've had now 40 minutes of upside on the Qs. Coming up into the next add zone for the Qs. So this will be a 3/4 entry. Russell's pushing higher. Now there's a potential inverted head and shoulders on the Russell 3-minute chart, which does show a move all the way up to 186.90, give or take. So small caps may start to see more upside here. The dollar's still consolidating at the highs of the range, but market is not carrying. It's still moving up. Next add level on the Qs is coming up here, approaching. We're about 20 cents away. We will see if we get some continuation moves. Coinbase is moving up. Bitcoin's still moving up. Qs are still pushing up. Look at that rally. So now the Qs are only down 1.3%. SPY's down 0.7%. Still a technical downtrend. Watching the dollar trying to curl up just a little bit here. Very tempted to add to my Qs here, but I want to be diligent with my 50 cents. Amazon's getting a big push. So is NVDA, Tesla, Microsoft, Apple. Apple's still under pre-market low. Microsoft under pre-market low. NVIDIA under pre-market low. Tesla above. Amazon below. Meta below. Seeing the dollar trying to curl up just a little bit again. SPY is now seeing a little bit of selling. SPY is now peeling away a little bit. You have Bitcoin pushing up some more. Qs are seeing some sellers emerge. So now we could come down and make a right shoulder on the Qs here. If you come down to say this 383 in here, you could come down to be forming, and this would be a pretty decent size one, an inverted head and shoulders. You'd have to come down and start, trickling sideways, so to speak, form a right shoulder. And we'll see if this pattern comes to fruition. But could you be forming a little bit of a, whoops, that's not the thing I wanted. Could come down to form a right shoulder here. We will see if that's the pattern that unfolds. Bitcoin's still moving up. Let's see if we come down and form a right shoulder on the Qs. Amazon's still curling. Apple's now coming down.
Sorry, say that again. What Netflix? Waiting for a dip though. Let's see. Really? I think no, not from a daily perspective. I think I was like 10.
All right, I'm adding to my QQQ short here, 384.85, 384.85. It's a little bit ahead of my entry, but 384.85 brings my average up to 384.49. That's a 3/4 position. I'm still thinking we come down and form potentially a right shoulder, and then we'll have to see if we break the neckline. Bitcoin's moving up here. All right, Qs are still pushing here. So is Bitcoin. Whoa, Bitcoin's pushing, dollar's falling. Coin is now pushing. Here we go. So we're getting a ramp up in the Qs, a ramp up in the SPY as the dollar softens. Next ad level is going to be here at 385.44. This is a really good resistance. All right, but it's a big push coming in the indices. You can even maybe see this Q's getting all the way up to there. That's a decent sized pivot as well. I'm just going to draw both of these in. So we're through that area now. Yeah, it looks like it may want to get up to this pivot here. The dollar's softening quite substantially here. SPY and Qs are liking that. The Russell's also liking it. So now you've had the Qs see some rotation of capital into it, as opposed to the SPY or the Russell not really moving that much higher off the charts.
looking good here. I'm like in the higher time frames even more. That's what I'm watching. But let's try this to make it simple.
All right, so Qs are coming in just a little bit here.
DILL bill up 75% on those $75 calls.
Qs are seeing a little bit of selling pressure coming in here, just a tiny bit.
75, my bad. Dude, the play was for $73 call, but $75.
Bitcoin's also running into some little bit of resistance, but it did negate that head and shoulders. Still holding coin short, Russell short, Q short, Nat gas long, and a BITI long.
Let's go. This is the same cues. So this is the big spot for NQ cues here, in my opinion. Spine is above the trend line here. If we can close above that 455.
So we're still waiting on our QQQ short, still waiting on our Russell, coin, Bitcoin, Nat gas long. Just waiting patiently.
Target lows on Microsoft 368.50. Like to see they can get there. We gotta go do this, right? What's happening? Oh, nuts coming up here. Hey, I'm back. Can you guys hear me? Yes, sir. That's well.
All right, so QQQ could come down and make a right shoulder now. We have the left, we have the head. If this comes down and does roughly a 50% retrace, we could be forming a right shoulder. So call it around this, between this 384 to 383. If we come down somewhere in here and create, but the market's holding up pretty well right now. Just gonna grab my charger. The dollar is falling, which is why the markets are continuing to bounce here.
Well, we did get a close over 45 cents. Shares up about 20% at the high on MINM. At a new high day down. Should get the volume. Minute over $4 now, $4.17. 150% on spot.
All right, so we're still seeing the dollar soften here, which is helping the crypto. It's helping the markets move up.
BLX, new high a day for those who took the call out. Google. Coin, $100 call swing up 1,300%. You're in JDS, Mikey. You said that a minute ago. And then even look at the chart till now. WFC, a $46 call swing. It's almost in the money. Shares continuing now up 36%.
So Qs are trying to consolidate here and build a flag pattern to move higher. We're seeing Bitcoin bounce almost back to the highs of the session.
Okay, 1 second. Tesla's still chugging. Bitcoin
So the dollar has softened, which is putting upward pressure on the markets. Markets are trying to move higher.
hand me back. Yeah.
All right, Qs are coming in a little bit here. So is the SPY. Take a look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin did negate our high.
Let's go RBLX.
So the big thing is Bitcoin going to make lower highs today, or is it going to take out this pivot and make a higher high? So obviously this was negated. Can no longer use that neckline. No longer use that neckline.
It's not like the hourly chart.
Now your next big neckline is probably using this pivot to that. That's your next big support.
Apple getting a push here. That was good, please. Nazi still on target? No. He sounded so disappointed. Not well. It's the heaven. Sound like Evan, Casey. But when he said ribbon, it sounded just like Evan. I don't know why.
Am I in it? And it's now pulling back up to $4. Michael, is the difference with Michael?
Yay, Netflix, vamos! Vamos.
All right, so Qs I just added to my QQQ short there, 385.44. 385.44 brings it up to 384.82, and then we'll have one final add entry basically into this resistance trend line, which we can call it 385.82.
Pushing up here, the buttons is upside down.
Well, everything.
Alright, there's SPY. We got that closed up in that line, 55.80 level. It's hitting that target here, 456.35. So that's the start of my next zone above.
So everything's still trying to move up. SPY's still red, Qs are still red, but big bounce in the market. Definitely a big bounce. Still holding a Russell and a Q short, nat gas long, coin short, Bitcoin short. Bitcoin's now coming down a little bit more. Still don't be surprised if it come down and form a right shoulder. That would be the next technical move.
I gotta make a couple calls. I'll be back, guys. I'll DM you. Thanks, no worries. Come on, Netflix. Mikey, how you doing on the video? Really good. How you doing? I'm doing good. I grabbed one with you. And you're at the end of reading shipment now. Making it the high, well, it's 71 cents. Deriding some of their stake back to reading. And then finally reported earlier that out from Romeo and for November. That's like $70. Tried to make it a higher high there. I think you did just barely. Tesla just got a nice push. Nice green candle there. You do? Come on, Baba. I think I'm going for 5-day. Slowly climbing here. SPY rejecting that zone and that level that I mentioned so far. So. Come on, CBNA, push. I have $50 calls. Plus the last one somewhere. If SPY pulls back to 455.8 now, that is a really good spot for us to reward for a call entry, in my opinion.
So we're still just waiting on our QQQ short. The Russell is about to hit double top. Bitcoin potentially putting in a lower high. We will see. This is intraday price action only. So potential lower high on Bitcoin. QQQ, SPY, AAPL. Apple's now down 1.5%. Everything has bounced though in the Qs substantially. But largest stock, we want to respect its price action because they often say, so goes Apple, so goes the market. But what I'm looking at on Apple is this. So we had this breakdown, which sucked in bears, negated it. But now we're at this neckline. You know, and this, if Apple can't get above this And this becomes a big bear gap. That's not a healthy bear gap. I mean, you simply measure this head and shoulders, and it's a rather large one on the charts. It's a rather large one that would take Apple down to 183. Potential it can break that area. Qs are still strong, trying to push up. Well, I shouldn't say strong today. They're still stronger after this bounce. A little bit here. SPY is also starting to wane just a little bit here, still holding short on the Qs, short on the Russell, short on Bitcoin, short on coin. Everything is slow so far. Qs were basically slightly out of the money. Coin were in the money. Bitcoin were flat. And natural gas long were basically flat. Let's see what type of action we get. The gold is still absolutely slaughtered on the session, down 2.24%. Coinbase is getting a big bid there. So SPY is trying to push up yet again. SPY is pushing up. Qs are into resistance, coming up here. Little resistance trend line. final ad level is this 385.82. We're about 7 cents away.
NVDA contracts
Let's see if we get a little push through.
that Mikey called out 460s. I took it about $1 from 125 to 625.
All right, so we never quite hit that last little entry. Gold's still selling off despite the dollar really selling a little bit as well.
Spy 190%. Let's go.
Line, I still think we come down, maybe create a right shoulder for an inverse head and shoulders. The question is, how deep is this right shoulder going to be? That's the big question. I think since this is your no liquidity zone, let me just draw in this little bit of a box here. So right from this pivot to here, there's really no technical support. So I think we come all the way potentially back down to here, fill this zone, chop in here, and then maybe make a move higher. But this is your no liquidity zone. This no support. You had your straight move down, straight move up. There's been no consolidation in this blue box. Bitcoin's still trying to move higher here. The Russell's at double top. I do have another entry on the Russell short at just above 186.70-ish, 186.89, give or take. Our Qs are approaching that next ad level. Get ready. All right, I just got filled there on that wick high, 385.82. That was the final entry on the Qs short. Basically brings me up to 385.33. 385.33. That was the final entry on the Q short. So now we just wait.
These two shares are up 12%, and I bought them on November 14th, not even a month. But fuck, I wish I loaded the boat. That was like, oh, I'm buying that high. I should probably just like scale into two, and I want to dip, you know. But shit, that was the lowest price it's been since. Damn it. Fuck that one up.
SPY Qs are pushing here.
You are absolutely banging.
SPY is pushing, Qs are pushing. They're coming.
That's like it's through that 200 EMA. Well, maybe. I want to see you start breaking out in the daily so I can just wake up and buy calls every morning. UPST, new high day. Let's go.
Russell, I'm just adding to my Russell M short at 186.80.
Oh, what do I have for UPST?
So that brings my average up on the Russell to 186.27 short the Russell. 186.
Yeah.
So I've got filled at that 186.80. Brings up to 186.27.
Let's go, Coinbase. Power, not at right.
SPY is still falling just a little bit. Qs. Now the big question is, do the Qs lose this trend line and come down to form a right shoulder? Remember, this is no support inside this blue box, so it makes me think there's a strong likelihood we come back and do some backing and filling in this area. There's even a chance we come back all the way down to 383.75. That would form a beautiful right potential shoulder here. So again, there was no support on the fall. There was no resistance on the rally. So we should chop in this range at some point. Alright, so the Qs are still trying to grind higher here. Now only down 1%. Russell's up about 1%. SPY's down about 0.5%. Dollar still really hasn't broken out here. Still holding a coin short, a Bitcoin short, a Russell short, and a Q short, and a nat gas long.
Wow, incredible.
Long. I still think the CMD is a double to a triple from here. They just had a couple days ago really, really positive news on some clinical trials. So I still think CMD could actually come all the way up here to fill its gap. We will see. Watching it closely. So the VIX has certainly softened. Definitely has softened.
Come on, Ames, go.
But pretty much a V-shaped recovery on the Qs. You can see you're now trading at these big pivot zones here. So this is a big bear gap that has opened. You're into this bearish consolidation zone on the Qs. The big question is, will it get through it? Or will we keep getting rejected? Bitcoin's starting to just roll over a little bit here. Nothing crazy, just a little bit. So I'll take this time to trade positions. I track the yield market, the crypto market, the equity market, currency markets, and I post daily analysis videos for my members. If you're interested in help, this next turning point in the market is going to be massive. One could even argue that we have already started to turn, although small caps really shoulder, head, right shoulder. We break this neckline, you're going to go for high of day on the dollar. We'll watch it closely. Alright, so now Bitcoin's also coming down just a tad. Intraday lower high. Watch that closely on Bitcoin. Bitcoin has its high, lower high potential. One could argue maybe a little bit of an inverse. We got to watch carefully here. I think the big thing on Bitcoin is if it loses this trend line here, if we lose this support, then we should take out these lows briefly there. So this was no longer valid. So you have two patterns that I'm watching, this downsloping and this upsloping. NVDA is softening, so is Apple. Amazon's still bouncing and Tesla's still bouncing.
Man, my swings are absolutely on fire.
Is anybody buying Coinbase up here? Is anybody buying Coinbase up here after this? So let's just do some quick technicals. So if you take this low to that high, that was about a $63 move, 125% gain. If we take this low to this high, let's see what this is. It's about a $75 move. Let me see if that matches up. So you've almost had a measured move from this low to this high is almost a measured move in roughly the same time frame. You can actually see it overshot a little bit, but very, very symmetrical measured move. And then look what ended up happening in Coinbase. After you got that down move, you had a very, very harsh selling. So based off of previous pattern and price, we could see coin fall all the way back down to 102, 103. That would imply a fall from current levels, 143-ish, about a 27% fall. Obviously, you're going to need Bitcoin to flounder and break down a little bit for that to happen.
Annoyingly. Yeah. It's like getting my finger ready. Okay, so secure your profits, please. Yeah, those gotta be doing good. Set that at like. Oh, we're going on 5. 210% ago.
Qs are still acting well. Russell, new high of day. Dollars falling, softening just a little bit. So I will add to the Russell at 187.10. Qs may want to test this upsloping neckline where we got rejected before.
Did shave a few cots off for like 60 a cot, I think it was. So cared a little bit.
Still seeing some weakness creep into Bitcoin. Gold is still weak on the session. Palantir's down. Tesla's actually had a nice move off of the lows.
kind of similar to Meta, actually. It's very similar. Daily's interesting. It's definitely a strong candle today. Hitting a higher low on the hourly, which is good. Pretty decent. I'm not a big trader of Walmart, though, to be honest. Microsoft keeps tapping this higher day. Rejecting again here. Walmart actually might be in the start of something real decent here on the daily. That candle closes strong today. That's what I'd watch for. I don't know if I traded today personally. Sure, not already in it. Kind of already running. Unless you get a nice dip that has some structure to it, you know, decent wedge or flag, whatever you want to call it. Midday, let the buy when it's making new highs and stuff. I don't do that. Do with Microsoft is a spy. Might be dead. Get a tap of hedge pressure. See if shorts want to work out there. They're still trading in a bear zone of 5. So yeah, until we get above 459 is the beginning of the bull run, and also right above the end of the gap. So it could be a good spot to close the shorts on the 5, depending on how the price action is up there. Oh, heaven, like that. Yeah,
Hey.
what's up, team? How you guys doing? What's up, baby? Doing good. Like I said, Microsoft.
Decent size pullback coming. Little micro head and shoulders triggering on coin. About to trigger very soon. So again, I still think Bitcoin can retest the 40,000 area. So 3 lower highs on coin. I'm watching this break, triggering this little micro head and shoulders, fighting the neckline right now as we speak. Your next support will be this trend line, but we could be shaping up for another little fall here. Still short coin.
2.3% dividend yield. That's not bad. It's something. Not terrible. You guys are trading. They're off to a good start. I'm in some Netflix calls still right now.
Rock bottom bullish Nasdaq, FTSE Nifty as GDP positive, Fed cuts, hike, jobless claims more, government promising oil, petrol price cuts, so crude oil is going to drop under 65, and then gold market to moon. Yeah, I just don't see it that way. I maybe agree with your oil going down to 65. There's a lot of support here around these low 70s. I see oil going to 68. That's where I'm looking to potentially accumulate on the long side. Markets have had an exceptional rally in the form of liquidity flushing into it, as seen by the crypto markets, as seen by the Magnificent Seven. You're still seeing a broad rotation out of mega caps into the small caps, which arguably is a sign of, a lot of people take that as a sign of strength, market bottoming. I think the run to the crap companies that were absolutely obliterated on poor fundamentals are probably coming to a head here. I think we're running out of momentum on the IWM. Yes, you've had a terrific move in the IWM, but I do think that we're going to see a move back down to the low 170s, 173, 174, and then we'll have to reassess from there. I could honestly see the mega cap companies continuing to sell. We've triggered bearish price action in a lot of the QQQ companies like Amazon, triggering a much larger head and shoulders pattern. Apple's also opened up a bear gap today. A lot of companies opened up a bear gap. So with bear gaps, you want to be cautious there. What's your name that was commenting on the stream? Just let me get it. Rock Bottom. Thanks for your comment. But just be careful of going longs, chasing this market higher here. There's a lot of the risk to reward certainly favors the downside. You may get, bounces in odd names here and there, but the risk to reward certainly favors the downside right now. And many people are expecting a Santa Claus rally when arguably we just had that Santa Claus rally.
All I know is I'm set when I go to Brazil, baby. Made the connections. Spy. Got it. Yeah. I know not one to short on that. I'm not supposed to do anything. I'm not supposed to kick back. Bro, I'm gonna kill Netflix. Might be what we need though before make like a nice, decent higher low. Flag. Damn. Kind of sexy. No.
Don't forget about our $35 calls on Ticker U.
Feel that gap just downside. New high today.
Clean break on Bitcoin. Watch for downside on coin. Mara, Hut, Riot, MicroStrategy. All right, I'm going to grab some MSTR puts here. I'm just trying to firm up my trade. MSTR. I'm going to grab 550 puts, 0 DTEs on. So 550, 0 DTE puts on MSTR. Here we go.
Tesla. 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 The fuck? How long you got that run? Tesla. He needs some milk. Oh my god. Hello. You get red to green? I'm gonna be waking up. Ultra. That's all I know about.
Jordan, is it true that you're going to an art conference so you can launder some of your gains in the stock market?
No. Wait, the bar? No, I'm going there to. We're definitely going to the RBS.
It was a little joke. It was a joke.
So we're still shorting coin. We're in 0 DTE puts on MSTR 550. 0 DTEs. We're still shorting the Qs. Still shorting the Russell. I am seeing the dollar. Look at this Dixie breaking out here. Potential inverted head and shoulders on watch. Watch breaking. Look at this dollar. Inverse head and shoulders. Clean break.
It sounds like a good time. Good weather too.
Yeah, it should be nice, hopefully.
Upside on this takes you to about 103.80.
It's all in your mind. You think more thoughts will never work.
It's all in your head. Think more thoughts. You'll be fine. Sometimes it's cold.
I like INTC $45 call December 15th. Swing. Bada, 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 bada.
Yeah, home run, like. Oh, that's
Russell's still up substantially on the session. Will we see it give up any of its gains? It's up 0.9. Qs are down 1.07. So weakness in mega cap city.
What's your last resort? What's over?
I'm thinking that 454.60.
VIX is still positive on the day, up 4.5%.
I went on the hourly, and like the hourly up candle move, like that's the 50% retracement of it. So I'm like,
We are seeing Bitcoin fall a little bit more now, so it's helping our MSTR and coin.
Ellen's here been sleeping today. Yeah, but she's kind of waking up right now. Little double bottom. I know Nas loves to be the double bottom. Oh, my bad. I came up. Decent pullback from the highs. Amazon did.
Come on, Netflix. Yeah, capital on Tesla now. Hoping it gets up green.
I have big plans for the sticker.
So we're just waiting patiently here, waiting on a few of our tickers to fall a little bit more.
Gonna buy a Tesla with money? That's the big plan?
I mean, I got a good amount of shares, so I'll probably just be day trading it. Or like, if I really like it, on certain days, swing it overnight. But if it does anything similar to back in May, how I've been talking about in June, that'll be very, very easy trades.
Dollar's pushing up, so it should send the equity markets and another.
No, I would be like,
All right, MSTR is falling pretty quickly here, guys. MSTR is falling pretty quickly here. So we're already up on those 0 DTEs, but I want them to... Dollar still upticking here.
Yeah, not a big fan of this stuff. I like me some Bitcoin and Ethereum, and I own one entity that I'm proud of. But besides that, yeah, and it's a pickle.
Pickle?
It is a pickle.
I still don't get NFTs, and I never will, and I never will buy one.
So we're looking for a move on MSTR down to 550. Right into the neckline. So we're retracing right back to the neckline on this 1 minute chart pattern. Dollar still trying to push higher, but running into a little bit of near-term resistance. All right, Bitcoin's pushing up. It's above the neckline right now. Gold is curling down. Still short coins, short MSTR, long BITI, long UNG, short the Q, short the Russell.
I remember that song about NVDA like 10 years ago. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God.
Bitcoin's still pushing.
I've spent.
All right, so we just negated that head and shoulders. You did get a close above the neckline. So this head and shoulders has been negated. We'll just watch for a new pattern setup. Doesn't mean it can't fall or rally. It just means we can't calculate that downside move with true technical accuracy. So we'll just watch these cues here. Back inside. Oh, dollar's pushing up more now. The DXY is pushing. I'm still in the camp that, let me just go to the 2 minute chart here. I'm still in the camp that the dollar retraces inside this blue box because you had a big fall, big rally. You need to build some support in this area. All right, dollar's pushing some more. The dollar's getting a big surge here. Big surge on the dollar. We'll see what comes to fruition.
Every once in a while, Greg tweets it out, and I'm like, hey, that's fine, and I make a little joke, but when I own this, at least you get some views on it.
Dollar's surging. Is this going to put pressure on the indices? It should, but things are acting very...
$750? Yeah. Honestly, I probably wouldn't take it at this point in time. Dude, if someone gave me $50, like $50 extra for it, I'd take it. You need to remember, I'm not owning this because I'm like, hey, I love NFTs. It's more just like, I love crypto. Yeah, and I love crypto.
Get to that target, you do have another inverse head and shoulder, same left shoulder, head, right shoulder, but you have a flat top neckline, and then that gives you a move all the way up to 103.88. So very interesting there, in my opinion. Very interesting.
This is the Jordan NFT blog. Oh my god, it's pretty similar. I'm not posting it. If you want to see it, you DM me. I'm not posting this shit to my timeline, sorry. No, it's the one I sent to you.
All right, SPY's triggering a potential high target, takes you to 455.88. Look at the fall in the Qs coming in now. Qs are also falling. We're still short the Russell. We're short the Qs. All right, SPY's breaking down right now. The SPY is breaking down. Big drops coming in the markets here. Big drops. The markets are now responding to the stronger dollar. SPY has triggered a head and shoulders on the 1 minute. Actually, there's two head and shoulders patterns really at play. One mini one larger one. think we come somewhere in the middle of this range just to slowly back and fill this technical support area where you had a waterfall sell-off and an explosive V-shaped bounce. Bitcoin's still holding up here on the charts. NVDA falling, Microsoft curling over, Tesla curling over, Meta's curling over, Apple's remaining strong at the highs. Dixie still surging. QQQ were almost flat on our trade, still waiting on the Russell. Qs were almost flat on our short trade. Nat gas is trying to push up. Oil's catching a little bit of a minor bounce. Amazon's curling over. Coin MSTR still holding those short. Although there's an interesting pattern potentially playing on Bitcoin. Maybe another hoorah rally to the high side is about to occur on Bitcoin. Could push it. If it triggers this pattern, it could push Bitcoin to 42.43. There's a little inverted head and shoulders I'm watching. Hasn't triggered yet. You need to get a close above the neckline, but that could push it. We'll see. We'll watch it closely, but indices are selling. We're basically flat on our Qs. All right, we're in the money on our Q trade here. This is good to see. So now all you're doing is you're basically retracing to this neckline, getting a close below. Shoulders. Could be. SPY still should have some more downside. Coin is dumping. MicroStrategy is dumping now. We're in the money on our QQQ short, so we've just been patient all day. Patient all day. Dollar's just stopping here, selling a little bit. Tesla's coming down. Microsoft seeing some more. Once the SPY hits its downside target, I will cover my Q. So get ready to cover our QQQ trade. Get ready. I'm still holding it. SPY still needs some more downside. Come on, flush it. Flush it. Flush it. Flush it. Flush it. Flush it. One more little flush on the Qs and I will be out. Gonna hold my Russell. Russell, we're flat. The Russell, we are flat. Watch for an inverted head off of this liquidity box. So notice how that's your liquidity box zone, the high of the box we're bouncing off of. Just gonna erase that trend line there. But we gotta watch for a right shoulder development as we come down. We have a left shoulder, we have a big head. This right shoulder can come fairly deep. It absolutely can. And then your big neckline is all the way back up here. One more little flush. We should get one more little flush after this bounce. One more little flush. Come on, give us one more little flush. Dollar's still trying to push up. Bitcoin's acting well. Come on, Qs, give us another little flusher. Dollar's still pushing. You want to head to this fib zone. was kind of your more intraday liquidity, midday liquidity zone in Q trades. Should, in theory. Dollar's still pumping here. Come on, break the Qs. Break it, break it, break it, break it, break it. All right, Qs are still falling here. Come on. Looking for a Pierce of 385. Come on, Pierce of 385. Flush it, flush it, flush it, flush it. Dollar's still trying to climb higher here. Pierce of 385. Come on, Qs. Get down there, get down there, get down there. Get ready. I have my finger on the pulse, ready to take profits. I'm still in. I'm still riding my IWM, my Q short, my coin short, my Bitcoin short. Touch base on it somewhere. All right, 385 incoming. 385 incoming on the Qs. Come on, baby. Come on. This is going to be it. Come on. SPY is hitting its downside target. Downside target is hitting. Come on, break a little flush, past 385. Q496 cover on the Qs. That's another winner. Boom. Short, look at that. That was a nice little exit there. I still think there could be more downs. I just wanted to make sure we trim a little bit. I'm still going with my thesis that I would not be shocked if the Russell ended negative today. That would indicate a broad market sell-off. Bitcoin. All right, so I'm going to touch base on Bitcoin because it's actually so what I'm not liking, because we're short some of the crypto names right now. So I'm not liking the fact that Bitcoin's trying to break out of this inverted head and shoulders on the 5-minute. You can clearly see you have this left shoulder. It would be around there. I mean, you can even argue that you're bumping into this trend line of resistance. So you have dual resistance, but if you break this neckline, I mean, we have a pretty decent potential, a move up here. Let me some of these charts here. But I mean, this upside target on Bitcoin, if it triggers this pattern, you know, we're looking at a move, a new high in the cycle around 42.4. That would be very, very crazy if that happened. Very, very crazy.
Yeah, it probably is. But next time it'll definitely be added. I'd be shocked if it isn't.
All right, dollar's softening just a tad here. The dollar is softening, still holding an IWM short.
I know the biggest one they needed was the earnings, which they did meet on their last earnings. Congrats. It might have sounded sarcastic, but
All right, watching Bitcoin closely here. Watching it very, very closely. It's very peculiar to be diverging from the Qs and the SPY during that sell-off. You know, especially since the dollar is also acting well today, up 0.6%. Bitcoin really isn't flinching to the dollar strength. So markets are getting a bounce here. SPY Qs are bouncing, Russell's bouncing, dollar's paused. Bitcoin is seeing a little bit of a rejection at this neckline. We'll see if it surmounts to anything more. But it did tag that little resistance trend line there. I do have a bullish pattern on watch for a potential break. I may have to cut my MSTR puts as well as my coin shorts. We're still in the money on both, but it's not looking good if Bitcoin tries to move higher here.
Hey, that's what it was, Bishop. I had the That's 20. Oh, okay. Yeah. It was great. I'm not gonna lie. I really like it. Like, the phone was solid, but then I literally woke up one day and it just turned off. Like, and I tried to start it, it doesn't start.
All right, pretty big rejection on the SPY there. Another heavy volume reversal candle coming in play. Bitcoin's still bumping up against this resistance. It's trying to break here. All right, so Bitcoin's moving up just like the dollar's moving up. Very peculiar price action. Bitcoin's trying here. Apple's holding up pretty strong. It was really one of the mega caps that didn't dip on that dip. So now the question is, if Apple remains strong, are the markets going to push up, or will they start, or is Apple going to fall as well and see some more profit taking? Time will tell. Buy now. A technical short on the retrace once we hit 456.30, give or take a few pennies. But the neckline retrace sits right around here at these pivots. So technically it is a short if we get into this area. But again, we got to watch, have we built out enough of a right shoulder now to test and rival this neckline? So I'm debating on shorting SPY here. Still holding a Russell short, a Nat Gas long, a Bitcoin short, a coin short, and an MSTR short. Dollar's softening, so this may help the indices move higher. The dollar is coming in a little bit. But it is softening a little bit. You really want to see it hold this high pivot if you're a dollar bull and a bear in the market.
Let's see if I can get you running for your money after I sign up. Yeah. Where'd Mikey go? Just kidding.
So QQQ, you can clearly see getting rejected at this little.
Yeah, I told him for everything. This tweet today is so funny. It's just all snowflake emojis. Oh, look at that ACK.
So Bitcoin's trying here at this neckline, trying to break out. It hasn't done so yet. It's still okay. So we'll see if it can move up.
It might be stock put up. They have like Amazon 37% on the day. I don't know how the average is 0.32. That makes no sense to me. But alright, I'll take it. This means we need to make some more bigger trades.
Notice how the SPY did get. Let's look at our UNG trade. I haven't touched base on that in quite a long time. It is making some higher lows on the intraday 5-10 minute chart. So we're still holding UNG long. I didn't take profits. I'm still holding down here at 524. Long trade on UNG. Let's look at the SPY.
So pull back just a little bit to like 230, 231 area. It's going to line up with the daily. It's going to line up with the daily trend line and the.
So pre-market lows all the way down here, 455.35. If we fall into that, that could technically be bought for a quick day trade long. Let me just see here. So actually, if we pierce that level, you do have a fib level 618. So I'm going to wait for a long entry here if we flush. I don't want too much consolidation. I'd like to see it there within the next 10 minutes or so.
Netflix was a doozy. Probably coming down to do a higher low. Lower prices.
All right, Bitcoin's still being rejected at. Let's look at the IWM. Again, the IWM is the only positive index. Qs are down 1.2, SPY's down 0.67. Out of your mega caps, you have Apple down $2.61, which equates to 1.36%. NVDA is down $14, which is about 3% down. Microsoft's down 1.6%. That's $6 off its price. Tesla's down 0.8%, which is $1.92 off of its price. AMD's down. So $1.
Yeah. It takes like, I'd say 30, 40 clicks before you actually like get really this many in.
So $1.26 would be right around here-ish.
Imagine. Dude, paper was holding like 90 to 100% accuracy for like a month. That's ridiculous. What was that 2 months ago? Yes, several months ago.
Curtis, we're just heading out for.
All right, so we're seeing Bitcoin trying to creep up again. The Russell I'm still holding short. SPY is looking a little bit vulnerable. Losing the EMA 113 on the 1 minute suggests there could be more downside to yet again push up past this neckline. Okay, so there's a hard neckline there on Bitcoin. It is teetering above it right now. We are trying to push through it. SPY is catching a bid now. All right, so Bitcoin on watch for a technical breakout. We're still inside of a 10-minute hammer reversal on Bitcoin. So, there's a couple big level for Bitcoin. Coinbase is getting a push up.
But the thing is, you see stocks like Microsoft down 10 points and Apple down 4, you're going to get a bounce, usually. Unless something awful is happening, that's,
SPY and Qs are pushing up.
Yeah, you don't get a bounce that first hour and a half, it must be news driven. Yeah. We've been making lower highs on the dailies, and today we got our first lower low on the daily. Interday, anyway. We'll see what happens at the end of the day. They can still bounce here. Hedge pressure on the Qs is 388, so I don't think, to get back there, that would be special. That's a big back. I do like the gap right there. 21 EMA. We gotta have a strong day tomorrow. Yeah. That's gotta have a strong day. See how close that candle closes today. We're close to there. That's impressive. It's a real horrible looking candle.
So we're pulling back below this pivot into this pivot of support. But the big level on watch, once the chart loads and firms up, I will show you what I'm looking at. Bitcoin's still trying to push higher here. So the big level in the QQQ chart that everyone's watching is this down sloping trend line. Close below that, get a close below it today. But you get a close below the stepping trend line, you're going to move down to 15.2. That's your next support. And how am I getting those levels? Well, simply speaking, it's just some pivot zones and trend lines. Qs are coming down, but again, we close below this little breakout trend line, and you look for your next support down here. And believe it or not, we could even trend lower than that. Let's flip back to BTC USDT. Distance, but Bitcoin's still in strength mode. Any questions in the chat, guys? Any tickers that anybody's watching? If you're wanting a fundamental technical analyst's opinion, I'm more than happy since it's pretty quiet and slow. I'm just still short the Russell, basically flat, short BITI Bitcoin, watching this potential for a little bit of a breakout. We'll see if it triggers this neckline break. I'm watching it very, very closely. Gold obviously got demolished after making a new all-time high. We'll see if Bitcoin starts to run into that price action as well. Dixie's up pretty big today. Russell's up pretty big. Dixie's. I don't like that this inverted head and shoulders has a big bear gap, but we'll see. So basically, to sum things up today, we closed an XOSS short that I held over the weekend. We closed an NVDA short. We closed a QQQ short. We had a QQQ long that we played as well. We had a Microsoft long as QQQ, two QQQ shorts actually. We're holding a Russell short. SPY is actually a short in this range. It keeps getting rejected off the EMA 113. Never a healthy sign. But you did bounce off that 382, getting rejected at the 286. Maybe we retrace to the 50. Bitcoin's still trying to push. I am seeing the dollar also push. You have polished. Gold down 2.32%. GDX down 3.14%. Bitcoin once again trying to break out. Forming. Apple's putting in a potential bull flag. Zero DTE here. Let me just see if I can isolate down something. All right, I'm going to take 0 DTE puts on Microsoft, 368 0 DTEs right here, 368 0 DTE puts on Microsoft. Just a starter position. One there. We could even see more. I'll add to the position. Basically, if we get a move back into that pivot around 368.90-ish. And we are trying to push. Bitcoin's testing its neckline. High end of the neckline. Come on, give it up. Bear flag on the Russell. Dollar's putting in a bull flag, trying to move higher. Bitcoin's triggering a potential break of the neckline. All right, so SPY's breaking down. Qs are breaking down. We're back. So we're getting rejected at the true neckline. I'm just going to erase this one. This is the neckline of the inverse. Finding rejection there on Bitcoin. Harsh rejection. So I'm still holding my coin short, my MSTR 550 0 DTE puts. I'm holding 0 DTE 368 puts on Microsoft. I'm holding a Russell 2000 short. I am holding a UNG long. And yeah, that pretty much sums it up. We're in the money on our Russell. We're in the money on our Microsoft. We're in the money on our coin. But I'm being super greedy. I could have taken about 9,000 in profit on coin. But I want more. I'm actually forming a 5-minute engulfing candle. Now, yet again, another potential head and shoulders. You have a left shoulder, head, right shoulder, bear flag forming off of that right shoulder, which means that it's more likely to even play out if we have two bearish patterns. That downside takes you to about 383. So let's flip back to our MSFT. Since we have 0 DTEs, that's about 30 cents a week. Negative news for Bitcoin. Let's see if we trigger this bear flag. Let's see if we trigger this bear flag. Come on, Microsoft. Give it to us. Fucking drop it. Here we go. This is an interesting part here. We're seeing now Microsoft potentially breaking down with NVDA. Come on, Amazon. I'm seeing a little bit of a bear flag as well. Get these puts in the money. Get these 0 DTEs. We're not going to fuck around. Once we get our 368s, or if we get them in the money, we secure profit on these 0 DTEs. You have to secure profit very quickly on these 0 DTEs. Still shorting coin. We're deep in the money on our coin short. We have an average at 144.15. This is a swing trade as well potential. It is also a swing trade potential as well on coin. You know, I could have covered it down here for a massive, massive walk to run to the downside. I do think the bearish divergences, the 7-8 weeks up in the crypto market, the token, the weakness in the semiconductors, it should spill into the crypto market. Right now, going back up to retest that same neckline. And for anybody that has been listening, I do run a swing trading service and a day trading service. This is just a free live video of me trading, but my daily use to our advantage to make trades both on the long and the short side. All right, Bitcoin's trying to push ourselves falling. We almost have these 0 DTEs in the money. Come on, Microsoft, give it to us, give it to us, give it to us. What I'm seeing here is a potential 2-minute head and shoulders on Microsoft. Downside target now in the money. Now in the money. I'm still holding. I'm still holding. I'm seeing the Qs and SPY finally breaking down. Come on. Get a flush. Get a flush. All right, please secure your profits on Microsoft. I just took my profits here, 367.90. 0 DTEs went in the fucking money, bitch. Yeah. Sorry for my language, guys. I'm getting so excited here. Took those 0 DTEs. We're still holding a coin, a MSTR 550 0 DTE, but Bitcoin is still acting resilient. Bitcoin is actually still trying to break out. NVIDIA's falling. Microsoft's still falling. Qs and SPYs. Russell's still holding on, but this is a bear flag forming. Amazon's breaking a bear flag. Come on, Bitcoin. Just drop it like it's hot. God damn, Bitcoin. BTC USDT. So Bitcoin is trying to break out here. Whoa, whoa. Bitcoin's trying to break here. Watching this inverted head and shoulders on Bitcoin. I may have to cut my coin shorts here early. Don't really want to. May have to average down on my MSTR or actually take a loss on MSTR. Time will tell. Still holding my 0 DTEs. They move super fast. So up. Microsoft's still weak. Falling here. Qs are still looking weak. NVIDIA is still falling. Microsoft's still falling. Holy shit, if you held onto those micro. You have a potential long trade on NVIDIA right here. 451.52. 52. I just went long NVIDIA. 51.52. So why did I go long NVIDIA here at 451.52? Well, it should show up on your screen momentarily. But basically, once the chart loads, we're getting a nice bounce. We're getting a nice bounce here, guys. 451.52. NVIDIA. Holy. Actually, you can't even see it here on my screen. I'm just going to cut this for a loss. I'm seeing Tesla weaken, so Qs are still exceptionally weak. All right, I'm going to put a break even on NVIDIA, 451.52. Break even stop loss here on NVIDIA, 451.52. I do not want to let this go against me if the trade comes back down. Bitcoin getting rejected as well. Still holding NVIDIA. It's about to stop us out. It's almost going to stop us out. Still long with a break even. Still long with the break even. All right, coin and MST out of NVIDIA there for break right now. Look at this rejection. You could play NVIDIA at double bottom again. I may consider playing NVIDIA at double bottom. Double bottom is really around 18, in and around that vicinity. But Bitcoin is getting rejected off that level. It's causing coin, our short, to sell off a little bit more now. So now we have a deep in the money Russell short transpiring. We're in the money on our UNG. We're in the money on our coin. We're in the money on our MSTR, but I want that to hit 550. Fuck, 150, I'd be rich. My 0 DTE MSTR put went to 150. Yeah, that would be insane. That's not going to happen though. That's not what I'm targeting. All right, Bitcoin's getting another little bounce here with the markets, so everything is moving up. Coin still
Tomorrow it looks like the day will probably depend on what we do at 45.25.
coin getting a little bit of a bounce here. So that head and shoulders did trigger, it did play out. You can even say that you have another head and shoulders here that triggered, that has a little bit more downside.
What was the price at? 0.7.
And then does that switch out? Exactly, right? I mean, because they can.
Whenever people start buying puts,
That's what I'm saying. That could switch
so
out
whenever
every
you
time
get a sell,
in the next 2 hours. Could, you know what I mean? I don't know, but
Bitcoin's still trying to push higher here. It's almost as if it wants to break out. I'm going to erase that. We do have a head and shoulders that has triggered on the Qs. Retest to the neckline can be shorted. I will short the neckline retrace on the Qs. Downside target takes you all the way to 383.75 again. So again, downside on the Qs is looking likely. 5-minute hanging man forming on Bitcoin right at that neckline breakout. There's a 5-minute hanging man candle on my Discord. All right, so Bitcoin looks to be running into some rejection right at that key resistance line. SPY's getting a bounce, so are the Qs. Dollar's taking a breather, still holding a Russell 2000 short. Qs are right into this bear. Remember how I said you're going to test this blue box area? That's where the liquidity, you didn't have any support, you didn't have any resistance. It makes sense to try to backfill. All right, Qs retest here. We're going to short. Get ready to short the Qs on a retest. Oil's still looking weak. Apple's starting to curl over to the downside. Microsoft also weak. All right, QQQ, 385 Pearson, we short. All right, there's the tap. I just got filled. I just got filled on a QQQ short. So 384.97 entry. 384.97 entry. Where I'd consider adding again. It's basically this downsloping trend line. But 384.97 tap, we got filled on the short side of the Qs. Still holding a Russell short. Bitcoin's yet again trying to break out. We're testing the high range of this box again. All right, Bitcoin's breaking out here again. So watching Bitcoin on my other screens, it is pushing up, triggering an inverted head and shoulders here. Potential, you really need to get a 10-minute close above 41,800. So right now we are above. Bitcoin's pushing up. Dollar's still putting in a potential bull flag to move higher. But right now the markets are pushing up. Qs, we tap this next entry level around 385.30-ish. We will short it again. Or add to our short, I should say. But Bitcoin's pushing. All right, we're tapping this trend line now. So Apple's trying to break out of a flag structure, still getting rejected at the EMA 113 on the 2-minute chart. Microsoft just tapped the head and shoulders neckline that it did trigger on the 1 and 2-minute chart. Nat gas is trying to push up. Bitcoin still trying to confirm and break above that neckline. It's trying very hard here. Dollar softening. Yields are up still respectively. 2 years up 2.5. 10 years up 2.19. Tap of this 385.33. I'll add to my QQQ short position. Still holding a Russell 2000 short position. Still holding a coin short. Still holding a BITI long. CMND long. All right, Qs are still struggling at this area. I am seeing the dollar tapping some support right now. 100. We need to close above this heavy reversal pivot. So that was a beautiful pushing up here. It is triggering a bullish bias here. .67. Bitcoin still continuing to push. Apple's trying to break out here. So Apple's acting well. Nat gas is pushing up some more, still holding a UNG long. All right, Bitcoin's still trending here. All right, QQQ is trying to put in some consolidation. And looking at the Russell, Russell's still holding up relatively well. Still have a lot of weakness in Microsoft, NVDA, the semiconductors as a whole, although AMD has bounced pretty exceptionally. So you can see we're fighting at this neckline now. We rejected here, had a big retrace. Now we're right at that same resistance. We did trigger that head and shoulders. Big close, recaptured the neckline. We'll see if we lose that area again. Bitcoin's still pushing up. All right, I just got filled there on the Qs. Second entry short. Brings the average up to 385.16. 385.16. It's a half position short on the Qs. Bitcoin's still pushing up here. It's looking strong. All right, I'm gonna cover my coin. I'm just thinking here. Still seeing the Qs weakening though, so coin's not acting with Bitcoin right now. You know what? I'm just gonna hold it. I'm gonna hold it. I'm still gonna hold my coin. MSTR, I'm gonna have to add to the position just to work my average. But I mean, if Bitcoin hits that previous high, the previous high was sitting at around 42,160-ish. SPY is softening up a bit. Qs are still finding some sellers at that neckline, or that trend line, I should say. Show you a lot of negative divergences. Puts is basically a tap of this trend line around this 566 area. Because I still think there's a potential that we're coming down. We could be forming a left shoulder, head, right shoulder. I'm super tempted to add here. I'm seeing a little bit of divergence between coin and the other companies. Take a look at QQQ again. That one we're basically coming in the S&P as well. Bitcoin's almost back to 42,000. Big push coming in Apple, so that's going to help the Qs. Big push in Apple. All right, I'm going to add to my MSTR puts. Actually, I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait a little bit. Still going to be patient. All right, SPY might be putting in an inverted head and shoulders on the 1 minute chart. I'm actually looking at some 0 DTE, 456 0 DTEs on SPY. Let me just see this next couple candles form. Dollar softened, putting in a right shoulder formation. I may have to cut these Qs. You know what? We can always hedge our Qs short with a 0 DTE call option on SPY. DTE on SPY. Kind of hedging my QQQ put position, but I'm seeing this potential inverted win-loser draw on those 0 DTEs. We entered right around here at 455.80. So if we get a 1 minute close or a slice through that, I'm stopping out. Bitcoin's still trying to push. So those SPY 0 DTs are almost in the money. Since the 0 DTEs move much faster. Still holding short the Qs and short the Russell. The dollar's softening quite substantially right now. So the dollar is soft. Bitcoin's running out of steam here near that 42,000 mark. Nat gas is still trying to push up here. Crypto's starting to lose some momentum. SPY is coming back down to our entry, still holding an IWM short and a Q short, but a SPY 456 0 DT call. So we're hedging our QQQ short with a 0 DTE call. And basically, as soon as we get to this neckline, that call will be in the money. So we're watching it closely, watching it very, very closely. Hard stop in place because the market's weak all day. Don't know what that is at 450.90. All right, SPY's coming down. May have to take a small loss on these 0 DTEs. That is coming, but we're hedged with Qs. All right, I'm still in. I'm still in. I'm still holding. We're just down a little bit. Pattern's not broken. You're still holding the pivot. Still holding the pivot. But watching that closely. Qs were flat. Russell were flat. SPY were down just a little bit. Itty bitty bitty. Bitcoin running out a little momentum at that 42,000 level. Sellers are stepping back in. Apple is above the EMA 113 on the 2 minute. Microsoft's putting in a potential bull flag on the 2 minute. Heavy volume in Nat gas. Nat gas is trying to break out on heavy volume, so that's good for our UNG. Big volume stick coming in Nat gas here. An inverted head and shoulders is in play on Nat gas. Still about break even on Qs, break even on Russell, break even on SPY, 0 DTE call. Still have a 0 DTE put on MicroStrategy, Coinbase shorts, Bitcoin shorts. Bitcoin running into some near-term resistance again. SPY we're slightly in the money with that 0 DTE call. Come on, SPY, move up a little bit so we can exit. And then we can focus on our shorts, and this day is downtrending. All right, SPY, come on, baby. Get up there. Get your big butt up there. SPY Qs are all moving up now. Nat Gas, also Apple, Tesla, NVDA is still the weak one of the session. All right, guys, I'm going to move my stop loss to break even on this 0 DTE trade. So break even on the SPY DTE. Break even on the SPY DTE. All right, we're 5 cents away from being in the money on that 0 DTE call. Let's see if we can get some more action. I'm still in. Still Q short, still Russell short. SPY, we're in the money. I'm still in. All right, I'm taking profits 456.03. I just exited there at 450. Actually trying to break this inverted head and cut the SPY. Well, Qs have been weak all day. SPY is a little bit stronger. And I'm going to potentially add to my short very shortly here. You have some resistance at this pivot. I still haven't added. I'm looking potentially for a move back into this zone here. This 385.65 I'll add to my short. So let's actually just remove a big push coming into play. So inverted head and shoulders is in play on the SPY, but you have and the Qs. You're still inside of a head and shoulders pattern on the SPY. Bitcoin's weakening here. Big potential loss though. We'll see if the Qs failed this breakout. SPY is actually failing its inverted head and shoulders on the 1 minute. If you close below the neckline, you still have 16 seconds left in the candle. Time will tell, but that was a big hard candle down. 50 DTE puts on 455. So this is a failure of the neckline. This inverted head and shoulders, you got to close below the neckline. You have failed. Typically, you get big moves down from failed patterns. Look at this. So we're looking for a move to 455 now. Look at this. Holy motherfucker. Sorry. Oh! Qs were in the money. Oh! Damn. Look at this. Go, baby, go. Holy frig. Look at that. Entered here. We're looking for a move to 455. These are 0 DTEs on the SPY. I'm still holding my QQQ short. We're in the money. I'm still holding my IWM short. We're in the money as well. Looking for a continuation move down. Come on, SPY. 455.94. But I love those big red bar candles down. The pattern failed, and we just jumped on it very quickly. Notice how fast I flipped my call to a put. Well, you just got to be super nimble. Super freaking nimble. Come on, SPY. Give it up. You failed that inverted. Now, where this pattern would basically get me out of the trade is if we start, you do have this obviously a potential inverted head and shoulders this way if you got a close back above this neckline. But we're looking for a move down to 455. Come on, SPY. Give it up a little bit more. I'm still holding Qs. Bitcoin's moving right back up. Dollar's starting to strengthen just a little bit, trying to curl. Bitcoin is just wild. It's just absolutely wild. Look at this moves coming 10-minute. You put in a little bit of a doji candle in the 10-minute chart. Pattern is still technically okay, but all right, SPY's getting a big push up here again. So SPY is getting a big push. Bitcoin, you're big push in the indices here. So just watching these trades closely because it may be proving that the SPY 0 DTE is going to go against us. It's still a small entry on the SPY, But we're basically slightly out of the money on our Q now, slightly out of the money on our SPY. Nat gas is still shaping up to move higher. All right, so now it's on watch for another potential breakout here. The first one got rejected and negated, but there's now a secondary inverted head and shoulders that we have to watch for, which is above this neckline. And it puts us right back into that downsloping trend line if it does play out. Now this one we may take a little bit of a loss on. It's looking actually a little bit more promising to move higher. Still a relatively small starter entry position, so we do have maneuverability. Really the only places I would add to it right now, I'm still holding, is right along this trend line here, this previous retrace where you had your head and shoulders breakdown. That's where I'd add to the position. So around that 456.35 area. Still holding a QQQ short. I'm interested in potentially adding again to the Qs here. QQQ at 385.32. Still acting well though. So 385.32 is my new average. Still looking at SPY, Qs, Russell I'm still holding. If Russell creates a lower high, there's a big potential head and shoulders. All right, Q's still pushing up. Big volume coming in here on that dip, on that V-shaped recovery. Very peculiar. Lots of resistance though coming into play here. So our last entry was at 385.50. That's where we added. And for this neckline that failed, it would have been like similarly like you can draw it like that, you can draw it like that, but it did fail. And now you can't have an upsloping neckline like that. And even if you drew it like a flat bottom, nice rejection coming into play here. Come on, baby, dump it. SPY dump. Qs, we're back in the money. Come on. SPY, we're slightly up on our SPY trade. I'm seeing Coinbase faltering just a little bit more now. Big fall in the SPY. Another potential rejection on the Qs. IWM, I'm still holding short. There's a potential head and shoulders on the IWM chart that's shaping up. Very interesting to see if this plays out. QQQ, we're basically flat, slightly in the money, waiting on more sell side pressure. Indeed we are. All right, Apple's starting to curl down. Come on, SPY, get those 0 DTEs. Still super strong. Buyers are trying to step in. But the pattern did fail. The bullish pattern failed, so just be super cautious. Dollar's coming down. That's going to help the market. The dollar is coming down. That should, in theory, help the market, but Qs are still selling. Bitcoin's still trying to attack that 42,000 level. This is what I'm seeing here. Okay, let me just let this chart load. SPY's falling, Qs are falling. We're in the money on our Qs. It's good to see. Seeing nat gas, more volume coming in. So I'm seeing this little head and shoulders, big left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Your neckline, if this triggers, is right around there. And that could indicate a pretty decent sized fall on the Russell 2000. Here you had a high, another high, another high. But notice how the trend is weakening from this high to this high to this high. It's weakened. You're getting a curving of the trend. I'll actually draw it on the chart just so that you can see. Whenever you start seeing a trend curling like this, it's in a little bit of a lower high here. Let's flip back to our QQQ. But watch that little trend line on the Russell. That's getting short coin, short SPY with some 0DTE. But take a look at natural gas popping here. So UNG is moving up here. I want to see it hit the 270 area, which is about, a couple more pennies away, a couple more cents away. But we're in the money nicely. Look at this natural gas chart. It's looking poised to move higher off of this area. So that's why we're holding our UNG. SPY's pushing up. Qs are pushing up. Russell's pushing up. And that's the only reason they're pushing up right now is because the dollar's falling. But Microsoft's still acting weak. Apple's acting well. NVIDIA's been lagging all day. Big positions probably to unwind. All right, finally that chart loaded on natural gas. Well, hasn't here, but look at this 10-minute chart on nat gas. You can even look at the 5-minute chart to give you a few. Dollars falling. It's now only up 0.5%. Look at this pivot coming up into that pivot again. But this is a nice potential higher low, inverted head and shoulder, testing that area. We tested it once, got rejected. Now we're right back up to that area. Let's look at the QQQs. Bitcoin's coming back down again off of that 42 area. Got a 10-minute reversal candle off that area. Qs are still trying here. So Qs still have a little bit of a larger term inverted head and shoulders, but it hasn't triggered yet. You do have a relatively big one that I think if you get a close above this neckline, 386-ish level. Gold's moving up nicely off of the lows. Bitcoin's a little bit of a potential character change in the market. We're in the money on our Qs, still waiting on our SPY 0DTEs. Slightly down on that position, still holding coin short, still holding BITI long. Ooh, super risky, but NVIDIA's looking nasty for some more downside. I almost want to take 450 puts. Oh, I'm so close, so close. What do we think? Should we take 450 puts on NVIDIA? Whew. Risky being down 3%, but it's still trending. It's still downtrending. All right, SPY looks to be trying to fight that neckline yet again. It's going to break down if we don't get out of this range. Coin breaking down some more. Fuck yes. Coin's testing pre-market lows again. Been holding this thing all freaking night. I mean, not all night, but all day. You know what I mean. Guess we're approaching that power hour now. Typically, when mega caps are selling off all day, they usually dump them late into the afternoon because why? Power hour is some of the heaviest volume of the session, especially that last 10 minutes. They get to really unload a lot of shares, especially as we are in a downtrend. So it's looking like markets are actually trying to break down some more. SPY's coming down. Russell's still holding up. I want to lose this pivot. We lose this pivot, we're likely going to test this pivot low down here. Come on. Holding. We're back underneath this main trend line. We're at no fib level. We've lost the 236 fib retrace. You tried breaking out twice, got rejected. We're at the minimum going to test this 382. Since we bounced here at the 50, I think we even retest that. Big trend line retest on the Qs. Big trend line retest.
Oh, wow. 3M. It's breaking range.
NVDA falling some more. All right, what I'm going to do here, since I'm seeing Apple firming up and trying to trend higher, I'm seeing NVIDIA weak, Microsoft still weak. Big push coming in the markets. I'm going to put a break even on the Qs here. Break even stop loss on the Qs. We may get triggered. 385.32 break even stop. We'll take a loss on our put. If this breaks out here now, you have another inverted head and shoulders that it's trying to break out of. Breakout here. There's your little break. It is triggering a new inverted head and shoulders. A new one is on watch. So I am going to erase this little trend line because that's the only one we need to pay attention to now. You're getting above it. Finding some rejection though. Let's see if it gets above or does it get rejected. So still no close above these wicks. You can even argue that your new neckline is now this. You know, the more and more times you keep failing this, the more likelihood we're going to keep falling. Still holding a Q short. Never got stopped out. Russell, I'm still holding, but I'm out of the money a little bit. So we had that original neckline fail. We had this one that it's trying to pierce through, got rejected. Let's see, I'm still short the Qs, short the IWM. Nat gas is pushing up some more.
I feel like that's a Mikey name. Sorry, which one? Funko. FNKO. Oh, okay.
Microsoft still down 1.68, but moved off of the lows. Apple's trying to push up. It's down 1.14%. Bitcoin's still up 4.7. Coin's up 5.1. SOXX is down 1.5. Let's see if we get a little bit of a late day flush. Coin's moving lower now. Coin is moving lower. SPY's yet again going to test that neckline. Big area here. Big area. All right, Qs are now pushing up, so the SPY is likely going to get through this area here. I just got stopped out of the Qs for a break even on the short. I did get stopped out of the Qs at 385.32 break even. Makes me want to close these 0DT puts on SPY, but I'm still holding. The dollar softening, which is one of the main reasons why we're seeing the indices is trying to rally a little bit. Qs are coming right back. All right, I'm going to take 385 puts 0 DTE on QQQ. 385 puts 0 DTE on the Qs here.
Man, you know what ticker I wish would come back to life? That used to be so amazing. QuantumScape. Oh yeah, US. Back in the COVID days, that was the most traded sometime. Oh my god, rip. Did they die? Space.
They're still coming down. Bitcoin's trying to push up.
Just nastiness. Well, you got coin. Coin has a similar ATR for some other traders. But yeah, those were fun. I didn't really like the spread that much on QS, but as PCE used to trade it all the time.
Bitcoin's moving. Dollar's falling here.
Ultra liquid. QS was liquid for a long time. And then it wasn't. It's Frank. Still going. Like a year later. Jesus. Unstoppable.
Okay, so we took a nice little profit there at 533. 533. I just exited my UNG. It's a win. I'll just put that in there. We just exited UNG from that 524 down here to 530. Focus on what the Qs are doing now. Bitcoin, Microsoft's curling up again. Get ready to add to our MSTR puts. Super, super risky. All right, Qs are pushing up here. SPY's still stuck under the neckline. It has not broken out. Volume is starting to increase though. Bitcoin reattacking 42,000 on the charts.
Looks like it was a trend. Now we've got a meaner version tomorrow.
Bitcoin's testing the highs of 42,000 again. It's at 41,936 inside of a hammer reversal on volume. Needs some time to work through that resistance. We have 385 0 DTE puts on the Qs. We have 455 0 DTE puts on SPY. Come on, and we just have regular common shares short on the Russell 2000. So Bitcoin's getting a big pop. It pierced that 42,000 area yet again. Qs are trying to break out. SPY is trying to break out. We are getting a potential bullish move on the SPY. It's still fighting a neckline. Still fighting a neckline. And considering it's testing so many neckline breaks, it almost makes me suspect of this move. Super neckline drawn.